The assembly will come to order. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Assemblyman Acefa. Assemblywoman Backus. Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton. Assemblyman Crillo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Cohen. Assemblyman Daly. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone. Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblyman Edwards.
Here.
Assemblyman Ellison. Assemblyman Flores. Assemblyman Fumo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow. Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Haudegi. Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Krasner. Assemblyman Levitt. Assemblywoman Martinez. Assemblyman McCurdy. Assemblywoman Miller. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Monk. Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Wynn. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblyman Roberts. Assemblyman Smith. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus. Assemblywoman Tolles. Assemblywoman Torres. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Wheeler. Assemblyman Yeager. Speaker Frierson.
Here. Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect that we have 42 members present.
There are 42 members present. There's a quorum. The assembly will please rise for the prayer by Rajan Zed, President of the Universal Society of Hinduism in Reno, Nevada.
Om Bhur-Bhuvah Swaha Tat-Savitur-Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who's inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May he stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya, Mrityur Mamratam Gamya. Lead us from the unreal to the real, lead us from darkness to light, lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara Asakto Hayacharan Karma Paramapanoti Purusha Karma Nevahi Samsiddhi Mastita Jankadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampa Shankar Tumrahasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha Nobunaktu, Saha Viryan Karba Bahai, Tejasvi Navadita Mastu, Ma Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together, may we be nourished together, may we work together with great vigor, may our study be enlightening, may no obstacle arise between us. Samniva Akuti, Samna Hirdaniva, Samna Mastuvo Mano, Yathava Susa Hasti. United your resolve, united your hearts, may your spirits be at one, that you may long together dwell in unity and concord. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance We go to order business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Friday, July 31st.
Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with further reading of the journal and authorize the Speaker and Chief Clerk to make necessary corrections and additions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go to order business 7, messages from the Senate.
Senate Chamber, Carson City, August 1st, 2020. To the Honorable the Assembly, I have the honor to inform your Honorable Body that the Senate on this day passed Senate Joint Resolution Number 1, Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Order business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 1, introduced by Committee of the Whole, proposing to amend the Nevada Constitution to revise provisions governing the taxation of minerals extracted in this state and to require the legislature to provide by law for a program to make payments to eligible persons in this state from a portion of the tax on the proceeds of minerals.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Joint Resolution Number 1 be placed on the Chief Clerk's desk.
You heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Benita Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, still under Order Business 8.
Order Business 8.
I move that Ben Marjat of KRNV News 4 be accepted as an accredited press representative and allow the appropriate use of the appropriate broadcasting facilities.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Benita Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly Bill 3 be taken from its place on the Chief Clerk's desk and be referred to your Committee of the Whole.
Without objection, so referred. Order Business 8 still.
Yes, under Order Business Number 8, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Assembly resolve itself to Committee of the Whole.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly is resolved into a Committee of the Whole. The committee will come to order, and we will consider today Assembly Bill number 3. I believe presenting will be Assemblyman Yeager, and we have LCB staff available for follow-up questions and maybe a more thorough walkthrough of the bill. Thank you, Assemblyman Yeager. Proceed when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I apologize to the members of the committee for that noise. Here we go with take 2. So good afternoon. My name is Steve Yeager. As many of you know, I represent Assembly District 9 in Southwest Las Vegas. I'm honored this afternoon to present Assembly Bill 3 to you. Just to give you a layout of how this will work, I'm going to provide some introductory remarks for the bill, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Nick Anthony from LCB Legal to take you through the sections of the bill. After that, I'll make some brief statements related to legislative intent, and then we'll take questions. When we get to questions, we'll also have Mr. Chuck Calloway on the phone to help answer those questions, should that be necessary. As many of you know, Mr. Calloway is with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. For those of you in the chamber or watching online, you might have noticed that I'm wearing a number of lapel pins today, 4 of them to be exact. Because I'm sure not all of you can see what they are, let me just tell you what they are, what they mean to me, and why I'm wearing them today. The first pin depicts the Nevada Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. The memorial sits right outside this building, and it memorializes officers killed in the line of duty in our state. Every year, there is a relay run that starts in Las Vegas and ends right here in Carson City at the memorial. Runners carry a baton with the name of any officer who will be added to the memorial that year, meaning that particular officer was killed in the line of duty the preceding year. I've taken part in this relay 3 times, in 2014, 2016, and 2018. I was slated to take part in the relay again this year, but COVID had other plans, and the relay was understandably canceled. In the odd years, the relay takes place during the legislative session, which is why I was not able to participate in those years. But many of us in this building, if not all of us, who are up here in Carson City attend that really moving and emotional ceremony that takes place every year out on the mall. Too many of our police officers pay the ultimate price, including the ones who were honored in the years that I ran the relay. Metro's David Van Buskirk of the Elite Search and Rescue Unit in 2013, Carson City's own Carl Howell in 2015. You may have noticed that the freeway that we drive on here in Carson City is named in his honor. And Metro's Charleston Hartfield in 2017, as a result of the events of October 1, 2017. I remember seeing many of you, my legislative colleagues, at his memorial in southern Nevada. Police officers often find themselves in dangerous situations, and they undoubtedly deserve our thanks and appreciation for their service to our community. They run towards danger when others are running away from it. My younger brother's a police officer, having worked his way up from a patrol officer to a homicide detective. I talk to him often about his career, and I worry about him probably more than I should. When he was a patrol officer, I did a ride-along with him to see what his daily experience was like. The second pin I have is the Metro Citizens Academy graduate. I applied for and was accepted into the Citizens Police Academy in 2018. As far as I know, I'm the only sitting legislator who has graduated from the Citizens Academy, which takes place over the course of a few months and consists of 3+ hour classes and field excursions every week. I took part in the academy because I wanted to better understand what our officers face out in the field. The course includes an evening at the shooting range and also a ride-along, which was invaluable. My ride-along was with an officer who had formerly been an acrobatic performer in a Cirque du Soleil show in Las Vegas, and he had chosen to become a Metro officer as a second career after the rigors of that first career became too much. My experience in the Citizens Academy helped me better understand the implications of policy that we, as legislators, enact. And I am still a dues-paying member of their alumni association even today. I'm glad I participated in the program, and I would encourage all of you to do so as well if you can find the time once COVID ends and hopefully they start the program again. The third pin is a pin that says, Black Lives Matter. I understand that the very phrase provokes strong reactions from some. But I'm not here to debate how we should interpret or react to the phrase. I'm here to tell you what it means to me. To me, the words are a statement of incontrovertible fact. Black Lives Matter, period. Does the statement Black Lives Matter mean that other lives don't matter? Of course not. But the words themselves indicate that we still live in a country where this statement of fact is not universally accepted by all, and in fact, is resisted strongly by some. To me, that is unacceptable. As a legislator, I am committed to doing everything I can to make sure that Black lives matter just as much as any other lives. I can't wave a magic wand and right the wrongs of the past, but I can help to set us on a course for a better future. The fourth and final pin is one that depicts the silhouette of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and simply says the word dream. I wear this pin because, like Dr. King, I have dreams for my country. Dr. King's life circumstances probably could not have been any different than mine. But nonetheless, I share his dream. The dream that someday, hopefully someday, very soon, people will be judged by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. Have we made progress on this front since Dr. King uttered those now famous words in his stirring speech from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C.? Sometimes I feel that we have. Other times I feel that we haven't come very far, or that maybe we're going backwards. But yet I dream for a better future, a future where we finally, and at long last, get this right. I wear these 4 lapel pins together today because, to me, these 4 lapel pins and the values that they reflect are not mutually exclusive. Indeed, they can and do live in the same space and breathe the same air as do all of us as Nevadans and human beings. Now, that fact may be uncomfortable to some. So be it. All are invited to join us on this journey, though some may decline the invitation. But onward we must move nonetheless. We can always do better. Assembly Bill 3 in front of you is the embodiment of what we can do better in the state of Nevada, because if we aren't moving forward, we're standing still, which means we are falling behind. And I will not let that happen on my watch. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Nick Anthony from Legal to go over the provisions of the bill that members will find in the mock-up in front of them.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. If BPS can cue him up to walk through the bill. Mr. Anthony, we can see you. Oh, I think you're muted. You may need to manually unmute yourself. If you look in the upper corner, I think there's a camera image and a microphone image. One of them is probably crossed out. If you can click on that to uncross the mic.
Me now.
There we go.
Hello? Okay.
We can hear you, Mr. Anthony.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Assemblyman Yeager. I am Nick Anthony, nonpartisan legal staff of LCB. I'm not appearing today to support or oppose legislation, but rather to provide a general overview of the provisions of Assembly Bill 3, which is before you at this time. AB 3 is an act relating to public safety. I'll briefly go through each of the provisions and at the end stand for any questions that you all may have. Section 1 authorizes a person who is not under arrest or in custody to record law enforcement activity. Further, Section 1 defines law enforcement activity as an activity by a peace officer acting under the color of law. Section 2 of the bill revises existing law to provide that when a peace officer is arresting a person and the person flees or resists arrest, the peace officer may only use the amount of reasonable force as opposed to all necessary means to effect the arrest. So that's a departure from current law, which currently reads all necessary means, and in this bill that's stricken and replaced with the amount of reasonable force necessary to effect the arrest. Section 4 prohibits a peace officer from using a chokehold on another person or restricting the airway or ability to breathe of a person who is in custody. Section 4 also places an affirmative duty on a peace officer to monitor a person in custody for signs of distress, to take actions to place the person in recovery if they're in distress or cannot breathe, and to ensure medical aid is rendered to any person injured by the use of physical force by the peace officer. Sections 7 and 12 of the bill remove and repeal existing provisions of NRS, which currently authorize the use of chokeholds and provide for the training and certification of the use of such chokeholds. So those are conforming changes in sections 7 and 12 of the bill. Section 5 of the bill requires that a peace officer to intervene or stop another peace officer from using physical force that is not justified if it is safe to intervene at that time. Section 5 also requires any supervising officer to directly order another officer to stop the use of force that is not justified. And lastly, Section 5 requires the reporting of any such force to a superior officer. Section 5 also prohibits retaliation against any officer intervening or reporting such action. And lastly, requires each law enforcement agency in the state to provide training in the intervention and reporting of unjustified physical force. Section 6 requires law enforcement agencies to adopt a written policy on drug and alcohol testing of a peace officer after an officer-involved shooting, or when the conduct of a peace officer results in substantial bodily harm or death to another person. So this is post-shooting, officer-involved shooting, or a case where substantially bodily harm or death arose. The officer would have to undergo drug or alcohol testing. Section 9 requires law enforcement agencies to report to the director of LCB for transmittal to the 81st legislative session on or before November 1st of this year, so November 1st of 2020. And the report must include all traffic stops and other stops for an alleged violation of law or any other purpose. The report must include without limitation the way such stops are recorded, the period for which recordings are kept, and any other information collected regarding the identity of the person stopped, the geographic location of the stop, and information concerning the software used to process the identity or driver's license number of the individual during the stop. Section 8 of AB 3 is a technical change amending the statutes of Nevada in relation to Section 34 of AB 236 of the 2019 session. As you all will recall, AB 236 was a lengthy criminal justice bill from last session. Section 8 provides that the reduction of the maximum period of probation or suspended sentence for somebody who participates in a specialty court program applies to an offense committed on or after July 1st, 2020, or a person sentenced on or after July 1st, 2020, which was the effective date of Section 34 of AB 236. Section 10 provides in transitory language for the same treatment for someone sentenced on or after July 1, 2020, but before the effective date of this bill, which is effective upon passage and approval, and allows the person to have his or her probation or suspended sentence reduced accordingly with the provisions of Section 34 of AB 236. And finally, Section 11 provides that this measure may be voted upon before the return of fiscal notes, which are generally generated when the impact on the state or local government is in excess of $2,000. So this clause in Section 11 allows the bill to move forward in an expeditious fashion without the time required necessary for fiscal notes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that concludes my overview of AB 3.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Assemblyman Yeager, did you have any other remarks before opening it up for questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I did have a couple quick remarks relating to a couple of legislative intent issues, if I may. So Section 4, which is the prohibitions on chokeholds, just so the intent is clear, it is intended to ban chokeholds, strangleholds, lateral vascular neck restraints, carotid restraints, chest compressions, or any other tactics that restrict oxygen or blood flow to the head or neck. This bill removes those tactics from the use of force options, and they will not be part of officer training. That being said, I did want to answer a question that I anticipate may be asked. If an officer finds him or herself in a situation where they or someone else are faced with deadly force, and they use a chokehold to save their own life or the life of another, in the very rare event that a county district attorney brought charges against that officer would be able to avail him or herself of the statutory defenses of justifiable homicide and self-defense. So I don't want to give the impression that a chokehold could never be used. Of course, you are entitled to defend yourself, when faced with deadly force, and this would not change those statutory schemes. And then finally, Mr. Chair, I wanted to just talk a little bit about Section 9, which is the data collection, just to make clear for members and anyone listening that really what Section 9 seeks to do is lay the groundwork for potentially a more in-depth data collection in the 2021 legislative session. So rather than require the actual data itself be reported now relating to traffic and other stops, we are asking law enforcement agencies to provide us information about what data systems exist currently among their agencies, and then we intend as a legislature to work with others to make sure we're collecting the right data and that we have a method to analyze it in a meaningful way. So the purpose of Section 9 is to obtain a baseline of what unbiased data is already readily available, including whether there are accessibility issues for using such data in a study related to statistical patterns. So in that vein, you'll see the use of the word recorded in Section 9. That is not meant to be a video or audio recording, but instead asks for a law enforcement agency to provide any documented record of the interaction. So it might just be data inside of a database to let us know that that exists. Simply stated, we want to know how the transactions are currently captured so we can do this in a way that statistically makes sense and hopefully in a way that is the least burdensome to our law enforcement officials who are out in the field. And with that, Mr. Chair, I myself, Mr. Anthony, and I think we have Mr. Callaway on the phone, would be available for any questions.
Thank you, Assemblyman. I will go to questions. First, Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to my colleague. I don't know what district you're in, but I was moved by your speech. I liked it. So I had questions on Section 5. And so on Section 5, so I have two questions. So number one, so with the intervention, I'm reading from if they observe and then if they intervene, what's the remedy after the report is given? So where does it go? Who reviews it? And then I have a second question.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I think that might be a good question for Mr. Callaway, because this is taken from Metro's current existing policies.
Sure, if BPS could link Mr. Callaway in.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Callaway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Assembly. For the record, Chuck Callaway, Director of Intergovernmental Services for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to Assemblywoman Neal, to your question, how Metro currently operates, we do have duty to intervene in our policy, in department policy. So if during the course of an officer's duties we determined that one officer was engaged in excessive force and another officer witnessed it and did not intervene, a statement of complaint would be opened first for an internal investigation. That internal investigation would look at both the actions of the officers that used excessive force and also the action of the officer that failed to intervene, that was there and witnessed it. And then based on that investigation, we would determine if it rose to the level of criminal or not. And then based on our disciplinary matrix for the department, discipline would be administered, which could be anything from a written reprimand to termination, depending on the circumstances and the officer's previous record with the department, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Callaway. And so I guess my second question would be to you, too, because, once this becomes statutory, it applies not just to Metro, but to everyone. So in the retaliation piece, which is Section 5, Sub 4, I'm looking at lines 40 through 41, where if there's a retaliation, what happens if an officer alleges a retaliation? Is this something that goes to internal affairs? Are they expected to go to NERC? Where do they go? And then I guess my concern is in a smaller agency, you have, number one, I guess, more likelihood of retaliation. And so I'm trying to figure out what happens. What's the process? Are you supposed to get a lawyer, or is it IA?
Mr. Callaway, you still there?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I think I got muted. Thank you, Assemblywoman Neal. Again, through you, Speaker, to the Assemblywoman. So currently, I look at this retaliation piece. We don't have the retaliation component in our policy. This is something new that would be in this statute. How I envision that is similar to retaliation for other diversity type complaints, such as someone complains of sexual harassment against their supervisor, and then that supervisor retaliates against that employee. We currently have a system in place. Being retaliation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Callaway. We lost you for a second there after we have a system in place.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We have a system in place currently through our HR and diversity section to investigate claims of retaliation for obviously sexual harassment and discrimination where someone believes that their supervisor's retaliating against them. And because this is new language in the law, my envision would be that we would implement the same procedure and process for a allegation of retaliation due to an officer intervening in use of excessive force. It would be the same process in place for the other retaliation investigations.
Just a quick follow-up. So in that current process, there's privacy and there's confidentiality?
Absolutely. Chuck Callaway again for the record. Those are currently handled through our diversity office, and there is a absolute confidentiality associated with that to protect the person that is alleging the retaliation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will go to I think Assemblyman Kramer had a question. Okay. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that introductory remarks as well. Really appreciated everything that you had to say. And thank you for everyone who's here to answer questions. I also appreciate that in Section 4, you did answer my question on the record in regards to cases of self-defense and whether or not that applied. So my question that remains is really just to clarify on the record, since I first read Section 8, it referred to Chapter 633, and when I looked up Chapter 633, it had to do with osteopathic medicine, and I just wanted to make sure that the record's clear that that's not the chapter that this is referring to of NRS. It's separate, but if we could just clarify that.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Anthony.
I can address that question. In Section 8, they're referring to Chapter 633 of the Statutes of Nevada from the 2019 session. So that is not Chapter 633 of the NRS, but rather where the bill was chaptered after enrollment during the last session.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure probably Mr. Callaway would be able to answer the question. Mine has to do with Section 2, and we're changing those words there to only the amount of reasonable force necessary. And I think that's a good change. My question then comes in, reasonable is going to be a very subjective term. Reasonable force on a 5-year-old child versus a 300-pound male acting aggressive or maybe on some substance. What's reasonable is going to be perceived differently. So I understand you have procedures in place internally on justified shootings and various things. So is the determination of reasonable being subjective, and then when it's applied in varying circumstances, who's the arbiter of what that is? Because if you're the victim or the victim's family, you're going to always say that it was unreasonable force. Is it going to be hopefully not in the court of public opinion, and then hopefully in a reasonably, I hope, transparent process, or at least open, so that it's not just an internal, oh, the police again decided that the actions were justified, which comes under a certain amount of scrutiny. So can you give me a little idea of how that is planned to be handled? And I know there's other internal processes already in place and other sections of the statute on defining what's reasonable and the types of force can be used, which aren't all in this particular bill. But I'd like a little more, at least, explanation and how you perceive this is going to be done, and where we're headed with it. Thank you.
Hello, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Was that Mr. Callaway?
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the muting and unmuting. It's Chuck Callaway again, for the record. Thank you, Assemblyman Daly, for the question. It's a great question. First, to that Section 2, currently we train our officers on using only the amount of force that's necessary to effect an arrest. And I think that there's significant case law going back to Graham versus Connor, which I believe was 1989, where the court established the objective reasonable standard. And I think the goal of that is what would a reasonable person do in that situation, and what would a reasonable police officer do in that situation. And obviously, for example, what we saw in Minnesota, what occurred there, I've never talked to one officer that has said that was reasonable. It's obvious to everyone that it wasn't. And so I think that to answer your question in a roundabout way, there's case law that describes what reasonable force is. And yes, you're right. There's always the hindsight is 20/20 factor, and someone can always question after the fact whether or not the officer's actions were reasonable. But I think based on the standards that the court have set, that's how it would ultimately be determined if the officer's actions were reasonable, if it were questioned. Now, obviously, on the front end, if there's an allegation brought forward to us at Metro that an officer's actions were unreasonable, we're going to conduct a thorough investigation on that to determine if that was the case and look at the totality of the circumstances into that. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
Assemblywoman, I'm sorry?
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it does, and I'm fairly confident with how it would be handled at Metro and various things. So maybe I can just ask about your experience and various things. How many, or how do you think, with the variety of forces that are across the state and some of the smaller jurisdictions, is this going to be applied, and are there safeguards and various things in place to make sure that there is a fair process on both sides? We want the people that are, we want the officers who are making the arrest to be treated fairly. We want the other people to be treated fairly as well. you have confidence that that'll be able to be applied, same as metro standards across the state.
Yes, thank you, Assemblyman Daly. Chuck Callaway again for the record. I believe that there's a number of factors in place, and first let me say that, looking at the language in Section 2, that by all means necessary that existed previously, the current language that's being repealed seems very archaic to me, looking at that as a police officer, having been a police officer for over 31 years. That language seems archaic to me, and I think using only the amount of force reasonably necessary to effect an arrest is much better language. With that being said, I think there's a number of factors that help ensure that force that's used is reasonable, and obviously first is training through post in the state, which covers the entire state. We set our standards for training of officers, and then at LVMPD, Metro is seen not only in Nevada but across the nation. Often our policies are adopted by other police departments. We have several policies that have been looked at as model policies across the country, and it's not uncommon for agencies in the state to request our policies or to come to Las Vegas and take training from our agency. The status of it may be on hold now because of COVID and everything, but we are in the process of developing a regional training facility in southern Nevada that could be used by the entire state for law enforcement training on things such as de-escalation and how to properly apply force that I think ultimately would be a benefit to the entire state and help ensure that the proper levels of force are used when officers encounter those situations where we have to use force. And to that point, I just finish off by saying that for Metro's jurisdiction, we get 3 million 911 calls a year, and we physically respond to about 1.5 million calls where we make contact with people. And I think in 2019, if memory serves me, we had about 900 use of forces that ranged everything from someone complaining that they had the handcuffs put on them too tightly, which is considered a use of force, all the way up to someone, a use of deadly force, for example. So if you look at the totality of it, I think the number is like 0.001% of our encounters with the public where force has to be used. But when we do use it, it's vital for public trust and for our agency that we're using reasonable force. And so I think that it's a huge effort on our part to try to train and make sure that takes place.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here, and thank you for the presentation and the statements that you made. Our fine assemblyman from the South, I do appreciate all of the history behind this and all the work that's gone into this piece of legislation, and frankly, all the input that you brought in from many different backgrounds. I have two questions. One is for Mr. Anthony from a legal perspective. The statement is broad about peace officers, and we have many tribal entities in our state, and does this bring in the tribal law enforcement also?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nick Anthony for the record. To Assemblywoman Titus, yes, in most places in the bill, it's defined as a peace officer pursuant to Chapter 289, 289.150 to 289.360, and it's anybody having the powers of a peace officer. That would include local sheriffs, police department, but also Indian tribes, gaming enforcement officers. The list is quite extensive there in Chapter 289.
Great, thank you. I needed that clarification because I didn't know what that was referring to and didn't have time to look that chapter up. So thank you for being here and answering my question. The second question is for Sergeant Callaway, and I'm looking at Section 4, number 2. If you have the bill in front of you, I'm not sure you do. I'll read it. It says on Section 4, line number 2, a peace officer shall not place a person who is in the custody of a peace officer in any position which compresses his or her airway or restricts his or her ability to breathe. I have had a number of police officers reach out to me and expressing some concern that there are times where temporarily you have to place somebody down if they're being, you have to put them, anyone face down on the ground is the only way to handcuff a combatant and or armed person. And as written in this technique, they're concerned that that would be illegal. So in order to get control of them, they put them face down, they put them in the handcuffs, and I was just wondering, would that be possible? So momentarily, they may be face down, so how will that work for you folks, and is that not a concern?
Thank you. Can you hear me? It's Chuck Calloway again for the record. So the way I interpret, Assemblywoman Titus, through speaker to you, the way I interpret Section 4 is the word on line 8, which says in the custody of the peace officer. So in a case where, like you mentioned, where the officer is attempting to effect an arrest, they have to wrestle the person to the ground, they have to use physical force, and maybe that person is on their stomach or in a position where they might not be able to breathe initially. Once that person is in the custody of the officer, and now they're being placed in a police car, or they're being transported to the detention center, then at that point they're in our custody. The officer must ensure that they're in a position where they can breathe. And that's the way I interpret that section. I would defer to legal counsel, to Nick Anthony, if he believes that it should be interpreted differently. But we have very similar language to this in our policy currently, that an officer must ensure that someone that's in our custody that's being transported can breathe and is in a position to breathe, and then duty to put them in a recovery position if they are in signs of distress or look like they can't breathe.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I'm reading as it starts out, in carrying out his or her duties. So, and that would include, I think, bringing them under custody, which may mean that you have to put them down for a moment. So I was just concerned about that. And maybe, Mr. Anthony, could you clarify that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you to Assemblywoman Titus, in Section 4, subsection
I'm sorry, Mr.
1,
Anthony, if you could speak up a little bit or get a little bit closer to the mic.
Sorry, can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
That's a little better.
Okay. In Section 4, subsection 1, the language states, in carrying out his or her duties, a peace officer shall not use a chokehold on another person. So that's one area. And just carrying out the duties, a peace officer is now prohibited from using a chokehold. Subsection 2, Mr. Calloway is absolutely correct in that subsection 2 applies when a person is in custody of a law enforcement officer, of a peace officer. That is a legal term of art, as Mr. Calloway so eloquently stated. And once a person is in custody, for instance, in the back of a cruiser car or actually under arrest, then a peace officer cannot compress the person's airway or restrict his or her ability to breathe. So it's once they're in custody.
Great, thank you. That really needed to be clarified, so I appreciate both of your times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this. I got two questions. I got one for Mr. Calloway, and then I've got one for my colleague at District 9. The first one I got, Mr. Calloway, do you know of any departments in the state of Nevada that is actually doing a policy to allow for chokeholds? Because everybody I talk to says they don't do that anymore unless it's an emergency. Can you answer that question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to Assemblyman Ellison. Chuck Calloway again for the record. I don't want to speak for every agency in the state, but to my knowledge, we at Metro recently moved the LVNR, I should call it, which is actually different than a chokehold, if we, to get to the details of it, which I can explain if you want me to. But we moved the LVNR into the realm of deadly force in our policy. And I believe in Washoe, based on the conversations I've had with Officer Solferino there, that they also have it at that level where it could only be used in deadly force situation. I'm not aware of anyone going the opposite direction and loosening restrictions on chokeholds that you could apply it at mere, contact with a suspect who's not, maybe not following your commands, that hasn't risen to a higher level of force. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. And follow up, sir. This for my colleague, number 9. Number 1, I want to start with first, you've done a great job to reach out to everybody. I know there's a difference between all over the state, but as far as reaching out and meeting with the people, you did with us today and did a great job. So I really appreciate that, and I want you to say that. No matter how the votes go, I still want you to know that I really think that you went the full level. I know some of the counties that are asking us to still oppose this based on what will happen in the future. But my question to you is, there was a lot of rumors out there that said they're going to totally disfund the police departments all over the state, and this went way out of line, and it become I think it took away from what the bill really intended to do. Can you tell me, is there any PR or anything they're going to do out there to maybe offset this? Could you answer that? And thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman, for the question. And, I received those emails as well, just as all of you do. And unfortunately, there's just a lot of misinformation about what was proposed to be in this bill. I think as you look at those emails, there were almost nothing that's in these emails we get is actually in this bill. So I think the best PR that we can do is to encourage folks to read the bill. Fortunately, this one is not too long. And I think as electeds, it's on us to make sure that to the extent we can, we're correcting that misinformation. I know that sometimes the message gets out and it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle, but I can tell you in no uncertain terms that the emails you were receiving was not a result of anything I said or did. A lot of those topics were frankly never on the table in this special session. Now, that's not to say maybe in a regular session with some more vetting, some of those topics could be addressed. But I guess I would just ask you as my colleagues to help with that misinformation because, we can get discouraged because we continue to hear folks perpetuating misinformation and sometimes we want to ignore it, but I think we also have an obligation to correct folks and make sure. Now, if you have a problem with what's in the bill, that's one thing, but it's pretty hard to defend something that's being attacked that's not actually in the bill. So that's probably the best I can do and ask all of you for your help if this bill is to pass to make sure that we let the public know what is in here and what is not in here.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. This question might be for Mr. Callaway or our legal representation, but I had a question, maybe 3 questions. The first one would be regarding the chokeholds, and my colleague from Assembly District 9 had mentioned that you'd still be able to use it in an extreme deadly force situation. So would that mean that the use of a chokehold on the officer, would that escalate automatically to a deadly force situation? That's the first question. And I can wait for each one if you'd like, Mr. Chair. Okay. Go into Assembly 9. So if somebody could go ahead and answer that question, I'll go to the other 2. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Chuck Callaway for the record. I don't know if I'm the appropriate person to answer, but from a law enforcement perspective, absolutely, someone putting a chokehold on you is could be considered deadly force. I mean, I was a defensive tactics instructor for our agency for a number of years, and we teach how to escape from a chokehold during defensive tactics training, but we always make officers aware that if a chokehold's put on you, it could render you unconscious, and obviously if you're rendered unconscious, someone can take your firearm or other tools that you have available to you and can cause damage, kill you, or kill other people that are innocent bystanders. So from a law enforcement perspective, absolutely, I believe someone putting a chokehold on you is a deadly force situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a follow-up. So also, Director Callaway, I know you at Metro had chose to move it to the deadly force not too long ago, and some other agencies have done that. And I know maybe you had some discussions about the decision to do that and why, and then what was the result from moving it to that level of force and the force continuum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, through you to Assemblyman Roberts. We had a number of discussions about the LVNR, and the fact is as an agency, we're always looking to improve our policy and do what's best practices across the country. And as I'm sure you saw in the news, we had an unfortunate incident that recently resulted in litigation against our agency, which cost a significant amount of money. And so we're always looking at how we can prevent those things from happening and at the same time protect our officers and do things that are best practices. And what we found was that we were seeing the LVNR used infrequently. I believe, I'm going off the top of my head here, I don't have the documents in front of me, but I believe in 2019 we used it like 21 times. It was used 21 times. And again, millions of contacts with citizens, probably 900 of those contacts turned into a use of some level of force, and the LVNR was used 21 times. So officers weren't using it much anyway. They have other tools available to them, such as a taser, which they don't have to go hands-on with the person, which is much more dangerous. Usually those instances end up on the ground, which is, again, dangerous to the officer. So based on the totality of what we were seeing, and also listen to the concerns of the community that were speaking out against lateral vascular neck restraint and specifically chokeholds, all those things led to our decision to move that up to the level of deadly force.
Thank you, Director Callaway. And one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like this pretty much aligns, or a majority of this bill, along with that, aligns with current metro policies and other police policies within the state. So just on the record, so you support the bill as it's currently written?
Yes, Chuck Callaway again for the record. Thank you through the Speaker to Assemblyman Roberts. We, based on the changes that were made to the bill, and I haven't heard, and maybe I didn't catch it, but there was on Section 1 of the bill the word physically that we had asked to have that removed. I don't know if there's an amendment for that, but based on the conversations and the dialogue that I've had with all of you that have worked on this bill, we're supporting the draft as it is currently.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblyman Carrillo.
Thank you, Chair. And this question is directed to Mr. Callaway. Kind of piggyback off of Assemblywoman Neal's question regarding the use of force. I think part of the public's concerns are not just the use of excessive force, but also the idea that police in these instances are pretty much policing themselves. I know you mentioned the investigation, the internal. When do citizens have the ability to participate in this process?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to Assemblyman Carrillo. Chuck Callaway again for the record. The citizens on the front end, if they're reporting an incident to our internal affairs section, they have the ability to come in, sit down with an investigator or talk to an investigator on the phone, give a statement, explain what happened, their side of the story, why they believe the officer acted inappropriately. In the case of intervention, obviously it would be one of our employees that would be claiming that they were retaliated against for intervening, so they would have an opportunity to sit down with that investigator and explain why they were retaliated against. And then on the citizen side, I'm not trying to bifurcate the progress or the process because I know you're talking about specifically officers intervening, but to citizen participation, our use of force board has citizen members and people have the ability to participate in that process as well. We try to allow citizen participation. We're always looking for ways to improve, so if there's suggestions on how we can improve that complaint process, we're open to that dialogue as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblyman Levitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. this is a question for either my colleague from District 9 or legal. If approved, this bill would activate upon passage. What is the expectation of implementation of the new policies, as currently some of the departments may need some time to ensure that all the officers are aware and trained properly?
Mr. Speaker, through you to the Assemblyman Chuck Callaway again for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Callaway. Moving forward, you can go straight to the witness.
Okay, thank you, sir. For Metro, much of this is already in our policy. For example, the recovery position component, the chokehold component. We will need to make updates to our policy, and we will need to implement some training. I think that we can get it done in short order, and then I work very closely with Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs and with other law enforcement agencies in both the North and in Southern Nevada, and so I believe that we can get policies and training done and implemented as soon as possible. I can't give you an exact time frame, obviously, but for us at Metro, I think it theoretically it could be within a few weeks we could have that done.
Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. My colleague and I from Assembly District 9 have been addressing the situation with George Floyd over the last few days, and so I've got a question related to what happened with Mr. Floyd and the situation with him having pressure put on his back. Many people who saw the videos of Mr. Floyd said, well, Mr. Floyd couldn't have died from lack of oxygen because he was able to say, I can't breathe. And he said that several times, I can't breathe, and he talked. And then there were experts who said, well, that doesn't prove that he didn't die from lack of oxygen. He still was able to die from lack of oxygen, even though he could still speak. So my question to you is, given this definition where we're talking and using the words chokehold, when you have a situation where you've got someone down on the ground but they have knees on their back, I just want to make sure, does this definition cover that type of situation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Anthony could certainly weigh in as well, but the way that I read, if you're looking at the mock-up, that subsection, you're in section 4, subsection 4, sub 1, it reads, a method by which a person applies sufficient pressure to another person to make breathing difficult or impossible. And then it has including, and it sort of talks about pressure to the neck, throat, or windpipe. But the way that I read that first section is that it would apply to the scenario that you're identifying where someone essentially has knees on somebody's back, so long as that pressure is sufficient to make it difficult or impossible for the person to breathe. And again, I would welcome Mr. Anthony to add anything he has, but I do believe in our discussions that we've had that this definition would include the scenario that you propose.
Thank you.
I'll go to Assemblyman Fumo.
We're able to propose language for this bill. Is the language supported by evidence-based approaches to use of force that you proposed?
Assemblyman, could you repeat the question? I think we may have missed the first part of the question.
Thanks, sir. I can tell by one of your answers to one of my colleagues that you were able to propose questions for this, or propose language for this bill. Is the language that you propose supported by evidence-based approaches to use of force?
Chuck Callaway for the record. Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, Assemblyman, language that I had conversation with Chairman Yeager about was in specific to the recovery position, duty for an officer to put someone in a recovery position and ensure that they can breathe when they're in our custody. And then I had also spoke about the word physically in Section 1 in regards to someone who's filming officer activity, but they're in a crime scene or they're in close proximity to the officer where they're interfering with the officer's ability to do his job, but it's not in a physical manner. The officer having the ability to ask that person to move back a safe distance for their safety, for the officer's safety, and for the crime scene integrity, but not interfere with their filming. They can still film, but just being able to control their distance from the scene and to ensure safety. Those were the conversations that I believe I had on language, if memory serves me. Obviously I had raised some concerns about the original draft of the bill that I won't go into, but I believe that the language, I didn't really provide specific language except for that Section 2 in regards to custody and then removing the word physically. So to answer your question, yes, I believe obviously an officer putting someone in a recovery position when they can't breathe is best practices. And as far as removing the word physically, that was to ensure that we don't have to have someone who's filming and interfering with an officer's duties physically do something to interfere, that their action of filming in the crime scene or close proximity could be concerning to the officer, and they're able to ask them to step back, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Assemblyman McCurdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. And also I want to thank my colleague from Assembly District 9 for his opening remarks. I think it's incredibly important to provide context and also your experience. But I would like to speak briefly to Section 6, Sub 1, Paragraph A. And we begin to look at in this section the policy that would need to be adopted by the agencies around the drug and alcohol testing, as well as the what would happen when there is an incident of force or where it will cause bodily harm or death. Can you walk us through, Director Callaway, what currently happens when there is an officer-involved shooting where there is a result in death or substantial bodily harm, number one, and the follow-up question would be around the transparency of those results once that blood is drawn.
Sure. Thank you, Assemblyman Chuck Callaway, again for the record. So under the current practice, we have a lot of steps that take place, obviously, when there's an officer-involved shooting or use of deadly force that results in injury or someone's death. And that's a bifurcated process. First, we have what's called our CERT team, which is Critical Incident Review Team. And they respond to the scene and conduct an internal investigation, determining if policies or procedures have been violated, if the officer did what was appropriate based on our policy. And then at the same time that's occurring, we have a criminal investigation, which is done by our what we call a FIT team, Force Investigation Team. And they're looking at, did the officer's actions violate the law? And those two investigations take place separate of each other. And throughout that process, they obviously gather information, evidence from the scene. They talk to all witnesses. They collect body camera footage. They collect surveillance video. They run through a series of public safety questions with the officer to determine if there's still a threat in the area or if someone, an innocent bystander, may have been injured by the actions. And it's quite a lengthy and detailed process. Then what occurs is currently in our supervisor's contract, we have language which is similar to what's in this bill, where a supervisor would have to submit to a drug or alcohol test if they're involved in a use of deadly force situation. So the way that currently works for supervisors and the way that we envision if this bill passes, it working for the rest of the commissioned officers on our agency would be that we have a vendor that does reasonable suspicion drug testing. They also do random drug testing on the agency, and I believe that same vendor responds to our internal affairs section's office, where they have a room where a blood draw can be done, and that's how the process takes place, and the officer would submit to that blood draw. That's just a basic outline of how it would work. Obviously, if this policy or if this bill passes, we would have to update our policy to reflect the logistics and the procedure.
Follow up. So currently, it's only extended to the supervisors who would have to adhere to the drug testing policy if there is an incident, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. If memory serves me, the supervisors union are the only ones that had negotiated that into their contract at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. So the next question would be, once that test is done under this language, when passed, would the results of the test be made available to the public or the person who was submitting a petition where they were causing injury? Or would there have to be a lawsuit to subpoena those results?
That's a great question, Assemblyman Chuck Callaway, again for the record. It's probably a question that would be better asked to our general counsel folks who obviously aren't here to answer. But so don't hold me to my answer. I'm speculating, but I believe that the results of that test would probably be initially confidential. But if it turned into a criminal case against the officer, or if at the point where the investigation was completed, that information might be made available as a records request or, as you mentioned, through civil litigation. I'm not entirely sure how that would play out, and I don't want to provide you wrong information.
Thank you for that. If we can get clarification from legal, since Director Callaway wasn't exactly, sure that would happen, that would be incredibly helpful as we continue to vet this policy.
Mr. Chairman, Nick Anthony, would you like me to respond?
Mr. Anthony, if you do have any basis for it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe the provision would be any different than any other law enforcement policy, how those records are currently handled internally. So it would follow their exact internal policies currently at Metro or any other law enforcement agency.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. I see no other questions. Before I open it up for testimony and support, Assemblyman Yeager, do you have any closing remarks, or would you prefer wrapping it up at the end?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did want to mention, I didn't mention this in my opening remarks, and Mr. Callaway had mentioned it, but we do have a proposed amendment, 6162. That's a mock-up that the members have on their desk, and as Mr. Callaway had mentioned, that does remove the word physically from Section 1. So I just wanted to make the record clear that that was in fact presented to the members for consideration this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I will now go to the queue and start testimony in support, opposition, and neutral. First in support, I will allocate up to an hour in support, up to an hour in opposition, recognizing the volume of emails that we've received. And I would encourage folks to otherwise submit their testimony in writing via the email address on the agenda. And also encourage folks, if someone has made your point, to just acknowledge that you agree with the previously provided testimony, so that we can have as many people on the record as possible. So with that, so that everybody who's listening knows, we will provide 2 minutes for testimony for each witness providing testimony, and then we will start with those wishing to offer testimony and support.
If you are for the bill, press *9 now to raise your hand and we will take callers in order. Again, if you are in favor for the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand and we will take callers in order. Caller with the last 3 digits, 759, slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please start now. I apologize. One moment, please. Caller.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?
Yes, I apologize. Caller with the last 3 digits, 759. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Speaker of the House and Assembly members. For the record, my name is Haley Lindsley, HAILEY-LINDSLEY, and I'm a community member as well as an organizer of Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada. I'm here to testify in support of the passage of Assembly Bill 3, which will provide necessary oversight of Nevada's police departments and take the crucial steps towards addressing racial violence in policing as a public health issue and taking more motions forward to a more just and equitable justice system. I'm supportive of AB 3 because I know that the most policed low-income communities are being disproportionately affected by police brutality. And when Black patients leave Planned Parenthood health centers, they're walking onto the streets where law enforcement officers target them for the color of their skin, pull them over, abuse, and murder them. This is absolutely unacceptable. This treatment against Black bodies stands against what Planned Parenthood values, caring for our bodies, lives, and futures. Passing AB 3 is a crucial step in combating violence inflicted on Black lives by the hands of the state. Thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision and support AB 3.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 810. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, hello to the legislature. Thank you for having this, and thank you for giving us opportunity for public comment. My name is Nisa Sun with the Force Trajectory Project. I also work closely with Families United for Justice Las Vegas, which is a group of families and survivors impacted by police homicide and violence. I want to express my support for AB 3. I do believe the bill can be stronger because there doesn't seem to be an accountability measure tied to the legislation. So if officers were to break this law, what would be the consequence? And so that's my question. I also want to mention that it seems like there were a lot of comments coming from police officers to the legislature. I do question the legislature and their efforts in regards to accessing the impacted people who have been directly impacted and their experiences. I implore all of you to please take the time to listen to their testimony. Today earlier, we sent out a mass email with several videos of video testimonies coming from those directly impacted. Please take the time to listen. I also want to say that in regards to the transparency question that Assemblyman McCurdy mentioned to Chuck Calloway in regards to the critical incident review and force investigations unit, Calloway forgot to mention the police union's interjection into these investigations, including the 48-hour cooling period that is offered to, not offered, but basically they just drive off with these officers involved in a use of force incident so that they have time to put their stories together. He also did not include...
Ma'am, if we can wind down, we have to stick to 2 minutes per witness. And just for the record, Claire, I think you stated your name, but I don't think you spelled it. Could you spell your name so we have a clear record as well?
My name is Nisa Sun, Nissazun. And in regards to.
Ma'am,
be
I
finishing
need
my
you to
point
wind it down
shortly.
because we're at 3 minutes and we have to make time for everybody and be consistent, okay? If you want to submit the remainder of your comments in writing, feel free to do so.
I'm going to finish it right now, okay? The investigation did also did
Okay,
not
ma'am,
include,
we're going to have to move on.
searching
We're going to have to ask you to submit it in writing because everybody would do this if we don't keep it consistent with 2 minutes. So I would ask that you submit the remainder of your comments in writing for us to make sure that we circulate to the entire membership.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits, 208. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Christina Paulus. Hi, my name is Christina Paulus, and it's spelled ChristinAPaulus. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Hello?
you.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I just want to stay in favor, and basically, I'm a police brutality survivor and burn survivor, so I was actually held on pavement for 5 minutes after a car accident, and I was disorientated. And then there's no charges because there was no drugs or alcohol in my system. But the problem is that my being burned to the ground so bad, I had to get 3-degree burns. Surgery, which was skin graft surgery, cost me like over $100,000. I have permanent burns on my left leg to my chest by being held down on the ground. And that was not considered reasonable force. So I was like really confused of what is considered reasonable. And when you guys were stating that like the only complaints you're getting is handcuffs, like that's really not accurate. So I just kind of wanted to, stress about, getting accountability for cops because it definitely is an issue in our community because no one's really being heard when their cases aren't getting even seen. So I just wanted to state that, and that this is really big concern because the police got qualified immunity even though I'm permanently a burn survivor, and like it's just ridiculous, that there's what is accountability and what is reasonable. And those two questions are like blinded right now. I don't think we need to really talk about that. Like we have to talk about what's considered reasonable. But I wanted to keep it short. I am submitting a statement so you guys can like learn a little about my case. And it was actually killed, and then I had to reopen it in another. The Ninth Circuit closed it, so then I reopened it. But I want to keep it short. My name is Christina. And I'm really concerned about police brutality and accountability in Las Vegas. Sorry, I get nervous talking about this case because it really hits me like emotionally because it's like really to my life. Okay, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 971. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, for the record, my name is Ariel Guevara. That's Ariel Guevara. I am the Civic Engagement Coordinator for Mi Familia Vota here in Nevada. And Mi Familia Vota Nevada wants to testify in support of this bill. We believe that our police officers should be held to a higher standard and should be held accountable for all of their actions, especially considering the amount of power that they wield within our communities and the amount of responsibility that we put into them. It's only fair that our police officers are there to protect and serve and not to berate and to allow themselves to get to use their power unlawfully against our citizens and against our communities, especially when it's communities of color that are disproportionately targeted through police brutality. So for those reasons, we urge that the Assembly pass AB 3 and make sure that our communities are protected from police brutality going forward. So thank you very much.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 695. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Holly Wellborn, Policy Director for the ACLU of Nevada. In making the most of my 2 minutes, I want to adopt some of the statements you'll hear from colleagues moving forward and state that this is really the bare minimum of change that needs to occur in order to foster accountability when people needlessly die at the hands of law enforcement. I do think that former Assemblyman Wendell Williams would be proud of you and proud that you're following in his footsteps to once and for all remove chokeholds and carotid restraints from the use of force matrix after his fight to do that, just that, over the past 30 years. I want to dispel the myth that banning restraints and chokeholds will somehow bind the hands of law enforcement by making the overall situation less safe. In fact, the opposite is true. I submitted a report to the committee that shows police departments that adopt across-the-board limitations on the use of force tactics see substantial decreases in officer-involved killings. The policies associated with the largest reductions in police-involved killings per population were policies that require comprehensive reporting. They saw a 25% reduction. That require officers to exhaust all other reasonable means before shooting, saw a 25% reduction. And that bans on chokeholds and strangleholds saw a 22% reduction. Also, changes to use of force policies are safer for police officers. States that adopt comprehensive changes to their use of force policies showed that those policies significantly reduced mid-level and serious uses of force without any increase in injuries to officers or increases in the crime rate. The families and broad coalition of people who will testify today have worked tirelessly for change. We've worked as legal observers. We've educated protesters about their rights. Some of us, including myself, have been tear gassed, favorite projectiles and had guns pointed in our faces, fighting for these very simple changes that are before you today. This really is the minimum that we can accomplish. Please move this bill forward. I also ask you to consider some of the changes that were suggested by our colleagues at NACJ and commit to even more robust reform in 2021. Thank you. Oh, and the spelling is HOLLYWELBORN. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 447. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Adam Garcia, Garcia. I'm the Vice President and Director of Police Services for University Police Services in Southern Nevada. My department covers and provides police services to UNLV, Nevada State College, the Desert Research Institute, and the College of Southern Nevada in Southern Nevada. I am wholeheartedly supportive of AB3 as my colleagues from Metro PDR. I believe that this bill moves us in the appropriate direction. Many of the things that are included in this bill have already been implemented over the last year and a half that I've been the director at University Police Services, including policy review that reinforced prohibited chokeholds and other similar uses of force, creation of Citizens Review Board, creation of a Police Advisory Board, establishing a community police academy for students, faculty, staff, and others. As a police officer for over 40 years, again, I'm highly supportive of this bill, and I believe that it will go a long way in rebuilding the trust between law enforcement in the state of Nevada and the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 155. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Carolina Chacon, spelled CAROLINA I'm calling today in support of AB3 because of the Nevadans who have lost their lives in encounters with police officers, including Byron Williams, Tashi Brown, and numerous others who have lost their lives in these encounters. Like others have said, I think these are bare minimum reforms that we can enact to protect the lives of the citizens that police say that they are sworn to protect. And I want to highlight the families and other survivors who have lost family members or who have lost times of their lives to being harmed by police, by being unfairly profiled, and by being persecuted. So just want to express my support and urge you to consider this bill and even stronger measures during the next legislative session. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 636. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Michael Kolpak, Michaelkolpak. I've been a peace officer with the state of Nevada for 20 years. I'm also the Southern Director for the Nevada Police Union. My comments will come to you from a frontline perspective as a police officer in the state. Number one, I'm very glad you got to listen to the testimony of the Metro Sergeant, and you were aware of all the resources that Metro has that the state does not. We haven't had a collective bargaining agreement. We're paid about 35% less than Metro officers are. And also, we have a very high rate of turnover. And we have a lot of resources that are being put into recruiting, training, hiring, academy. We see those officers come and go all the time. So my suggestion for the state is if you want a more professional police department, you're going to have to spend more money on. Additionally, in my 20 years, I've never once been taught to use a chokehold as far as the use of force continuum. I've never had the option to use it, nor do I know anybody that would. And frankly, it's a little bit offensive to hear the words police brutality from the people that I work with on a daily basis who just want to go to work and do their job. So I just want to let the committee know that state police are behind AB3. We support it. The chokehold issue has never been an issue for us. We've never been taught to use it. Frankly, I don't know anybody that's applied it. So I just want to give my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits, 602. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Is Eddie Hello, this is Eddie Ableser, EDDIEABLESER. I am government relations for the Nevada Police Union, and we are calling in full support of Assembly Bill 3, and we appreciate the hard work that Assemblyman Steve Yeager has put into creating these reforms that we believe are necessary in creating a more professional peace officer status in the state of Nevada. We do want to call attention that we think there's other opportunities that the legislature can continue moving to impressing upon strong policies in the state, such as banning profit in policing. We believe the use of quotas across this state are harmful and only creates a difficult situation between the community and law enforcement. I think it's something that you should consider in your upcoming session. We also believe that training should not be online or check-the-box types of trainings, which we've often seen at the state level. We need hands-on, intense trainings that really creates a much more professional development of our professional peace officer program. And finally, we think that there's can be a better job in recruiting and raising standards at the recruit level to mirror the communities in which we serve. We are losing officers constantly at the state level due to municipalities and localities offering better benefits and pay, and we're having a hard time retaining these officers at the state level. And so we think that AB3 is a step in the right direction that will support these efforts, but in the next legislative session, we urge the legislature to look at ways to really increase a more professional peace officer office across the state. Thank you for your time and all your hard work.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits, 892. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Miller, V as in Valor, ERAMILLER. And I have my comment right here. I fully support this bill, and Assembly members, I urge you to support it as well. I support it, but it needs to be stronger. Police brutality is a real thing. I know someone said just a second ago that it was offensive. It's a reality, and we have to face it. Chokehold bans similar to this have been passed all over the country, like in New York in 1993. But Eric Gardner was still killed by a chokehold in 2014. There needs to be like concrete liability components to this ban. If this ban goes through, these cops who still choose to use it need to be held accountable. I also urge people listening and everyone hearing me right now to consider in the future, like how to hold police accountable. We have to ask ourselves questions like, anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 181. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Natalie Hernandez, NATALIE HERNANDEZ. I'm the Deputy Political Director at Make the Road Nevada, and I'm here in support of AB 3. We know that Black and brown bodies are arrested and sentenced to harsher jail sentences than our white counterparts. In Nevada and across the country, we have seen so many tragedies and so little justice. Thousands of Nevadans have taken to the streets in protest to show that our current processes for ensuring police respect human rights are not working. It is time for something new. Like our partners before us, this is just the bare minimum. Any ban on police chokeholds must include all techniques that restrict the flow of oxygen or blood. No more exceptions. No more I can't breathe. No more naked chokeholds, arm bars, corroded restraints, lateral vascular neck restraints, or knees to the neck. Enough is enough, and we urge you to stand up against racism and pass AB 3. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 789. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Aluna Fessler, ALUNA, last name Fessler, FESSLER. I don't have a story. I've never personally experienced police brutality. I am a white suburban mom that lives in Providence, but half my family is Black, and they have experienced it. I see it. I've served on a coroner's inquest, which I won't go into right now. It was a terrifying mockery of justice. I just want to voice my support for AB 3 as just a white suburban mom, just the average citizen. Fully support AB 3. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller with the last three digits, 781. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Holly Ramella, HOLLY, RAM as in Mary, ELLA, and I am in Assembly District 8, and I am in support of AB 3 as a first step in holding law enforcement accountable for police brutality. Even with a lateral vascular neck restraint categorized as a lethal technique, this still does not stop this technique from being used when an officer who may be biased determines the situation is lethal. I'm a victim advocate in Las Vegas and know how important it is to be held accountable when serving those who experience violence. We have a long way to go in holding police accountable. For those of us who have protested to address police brutality, we have been met with even more violence. Our communities need to be able to directly hold police accountable for the violence they have caused without fear of retaliation and continued violence. Our communities deserve to feel safe, especially by those who are paid to protect and serve them. Please move forward with this bill, and I will be writing in to expand. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 396. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Matthew Kaplan. That's Matthew and Kaplam. And I'm the president of the Nevada Police Union, and we represent peace officers at the state level in the Department of Public Safety, the Division of Wildlife, State Parks, and University Police Services. And I wish to voice my support for this bill. I believe it represents a step in the right direction towards improving public safety services for Nevada's visitors and residents. I want to thank the members of this committee and the House leadership for your collaboration and your willingness to consider our perspectives and those of our members. So with that, I would like to just add that I think there are other reforms and methods that can be taken in the future to improve state law enforcement, and I won't repeat some that have already been mentioned, but please consider the creation of a standing legislative committee for the next session and for sessions to follow that can address criminal justice and police issues. I also want to encourage you and ask you to encourage the governor to start the collective bargaining process for us. I believe this process will be a door for us to cooperate with the state to create a situation where we can improve the quality of public safety services that we provide at the state level to the members and citizens.
Sir,
of
if
the
you could
state.
limit your testimony to
Thank
the
you.
bill.
Caller with the last three digits, 870. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Well, my name is Carol Luke, Carolluke. I am the mother of Thomas McHenry, shot and killed by Metropolitan Police Department on 11/24/2015. I am in agreement with the AB. There's other things that need to be done too, and I know this is just the beginning of the steps we need to take to protect our people as well as Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department or the police anywhere. Collecting the data, I believe that when the cops start to open up their door to approach someone, they need to be video cameras in all the way to the end, whether the person goes to the detention center or they release the person, because there's so much done behind the scene that we don't see. And over the body cams, slow them down, because they're sitting here saying, okay, well, George Floyd, the pressure on his back. What about our children? Y'all don't slow it down when the police is wrong. I saw the videotape of my son. He lifted his hand and came straight up. He never pointed the gun at an officer. And that was a straight lie. But because the police felt their life was in danger, what you find is danger. Go over the videos with them. When this happens, go over the videos with the officers and say, how did you come to this conclusion? And let them see what's going on so they can better adjust their decisions. Also, Robert Nord, his decision was already messed up when he got to the scene because he was under the impression that my son and Kyle Pryor was in a physical altercation. So when he got there, the judgment was already messed up. All three of these cops were on the force for 1 year. And they need to have supervision when they do it. And also for the mental health people, I would suggest that you get a different number to 911, or you have certain police officers that are trained in the mental health issue. That way, when they're called, they will go and not other people. That way they have more knowledge on how to deal with it because every police officer don't know. And holding the officers accountable for what they did. We had to come together. Everybody in the United States had to come together to put our voice in one to be heard. And that shouldn't have happened. But it happened, and we got attention now. So we're going to move forward.
And ma'am, if you could start to wind down, we're at 2 minutes.
Okay, I want Nico's Forest Family Project, and she has supported us, and she's been ahead, and we're bringing people together, and we'll continue to do so until we see changes at the police department. As far as 0.01% being reported, what about the ones that are not being reported?
Okay,
And so
ma'am,
I do stand for the bill.
we're going to have to
but,
move on. If you'd like to submit this in writing, because you're talking really fast, and I think it's going to be difficult for us to transcribe it as well. If you could submit it in writing via email, I think that'd be helpful.
Caller with the last three digits, 781. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Nick Vanderpool, Nick Vanderpoel. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Nick Vanderpool with Capital Partners. Today, calling on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. The Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce is testifying in support of Assembly Bill 3. This support is a continuance of our previous support of Assembly Bill 236 in the 2019 legislative session. This support comes from the Reno Sparks Chamber's public policy platform that was adopted by our Public Policy Committee. The Chamber knows there is no perfect bill, but we acknowledge that the measures being proposed is a step that addresses our community, public safety, and law enforcement protocol. The Chamber appreciates working with Chairman Yeager on this important topic and urges the body to support Assembly Bill 3. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 118. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Laura Hale, Laurahale. While I support the components of AB 3 as introduced, I believe it leaves out the most important component of accountability. Investigation of police officers who abuse their office must be independent of local politics.
If I can interrupt you, ma'am, we are in support, and support means you support the bill as is. So if you're either in opposition because you think that it needs a change or in a neutral position, we'll allow for testimony at that time. But support right now for the purposes of this hearing means you support the bill as is.
Okay, I'll try to get back into the queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 576. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, for the record, my name is Eric Chang, ERICJENG. I'm the Deputy Director of 1APIA Nevada, standing for Asian Pacific African Americans. And ditto to the above testimonies, we are in full support of Assembly Bill 3, and thank you for the Assembly for considering. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 016. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Wesley Ewell. For the record, it's Wesley. Last name is Juhl, and I'm the Director of Communications and Outreach for the ACLU of Nevada, testifying in support of AB 3. Thank you to the Assembly for considering this legislation. I don't usually testify for our org like this, but I feel moved to share how important the issue of police chokeholds specifically is to me personally. I literally changed careers because of it. Before I worked in the movement space, I was a crime and police reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal for years. I enjoyed my job, many of my colleagues. I never expected to leave journalism until I began covering the killing of Tashi Farmer, who was tased, beaten, and choked to death by an LVMPD officer for no reason. I will never forget the way members of his family spoke of him with such love, or the sorrow that I've seen roll off of his mother in palpable waves. As soon as I saw there wasn't going to be justice for this senseless death, I applied at the ACLU so I could fight for change. Today I want to share that police at the time said the officer who killed Tashi used the wrong chokehold, so it's not their fault. But I'm telling you, the difference between a rear naked choke and an LVNR is imperceptible at best. Compare them on Google Images. Anytime you empower police to put their hands on someone's neck, we're going to inevitably lead to tragedies like these. But today you can say enough is enough and ban the use of police techniques that restrict the flow of blood or oxygen. This bill really still needs teeth, but I still think it's an opportunity to move closer to a place where there are no more I can't breathe deaths in Nevada. Black Lives Matter, thank you for hearing me today.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 983. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, thank you. My name is William Ledford, WILLIAM LEDFORD. I am the Director of Advocacy for Lutheran Engagement and Advocacy in Nevada. It is my job to advocate on behalf of the churches, the Lutheran churches in our state, and the denomination at large to bring a perspective of faith to legislation. All lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. I refer to the parable of the shepherd with 100 sheep. 99 were fine and one was lost. Which sheep mattered in that story? I am tired of seeing videos of people begging for their lives and then losing them. Our church and our organization and our denomination supports this type of legislation wholeheartedly as a matter of faith. And I just urge the legislators to think, what side of history do you want to be on today? This is a good first step, and we will be watching the vote, and we will be watching this coming session. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 222. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Adler, S-A-R-A-H-A-D-L-E-R, on behalf of the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. The coalition is testifying in favor of AB3 because our members know how important it is to have a law enforcement response that respects the needs of the victims and the rights of the accused. We want to share that for some survivors of domestic and sexual violence, their fear of an unequal police response to the crime they have experienced prevents them from coming forward. Yet for all of them, the need for an appropriate response by law enforcement is critical for stopping the violence. AB3 provides for both transparency and accountability that can improve the way the law enforcement responds and thus increase citizen respect for their actions. It is for those reasons that we support AB3. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 104. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Gary Peck, G-A-R-Y-P-E-C-K. I have been working with many of the groups that have been advocating for policing and other criminal justice reforms. I'm here in support of AB3, which I believe is an imperfect but very important step in the direction of what I hope will be more and more, even more robust policing reforms going forward. I am not advocating for that you would necessarily have to change any language in this proposed bill in order for it to be enthusiastically supported. But I would urge that you look at Section 5.3 and Section 5.3b, the intervene and report provisions. They are very imprecise, very vague. They do not even make it plain if any verbal report of an excessive use of force incident that is witnessed by an officer must be reported up the chain of command. And it simply cannot be that what you mean to do here is allow an officer 10 days before that officer needs to submit any report, that one in writing, after 10 days. There should be a verbal report during the shift when the incident is witnessed, and I'm sure you can all figure out why that is important. I also want to commend you for taking up the data collection issue. I haven't even had a chance to read that language. Wendell Williams was already celebrated once. I'll take an opportunity to celebrate him again. He was the one who carried the bill that led to the first study more than 20 years ago. It revealed that disproportionately Black and brown people were being stopped. Disproportionately, they were being detained, handcuffed, searched, even though the hit rate for whites was higher. This is a best practice. Respected law enforcement professionals say so, and it's long overdue time to have this become a mandate for all law enforcement agencies. I want to commend all of you for moving this bill forward. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 122. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Frierson, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Ryan, K-A-T-I-E-R-Y-A-N, and I'm Director of Government Relations for Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican. We're here in support of AB3. Dignity Health is a part of a healing ministry of 150,000 people dedicated to human life, liberty, and justice. We are united in a belief of inherent dignity for all people, and this transcends race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, or economic status. We see patients every day in our emergency departments that are victims of some type of violence. As healers, we are committed to violence prevention and intervention, and we believe that AB3 is the right first step towards curbing unnecessary pain and death. And as first responders, we value our relationship with our law enforcement partners and are committed to do anything we can to ensure safety for all. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 318. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendra Birchie, B-E-R-T-S-C-H-Y, and I am testifying on behalf of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office in support of AB3. We want to thank Speaker Frierson, Assemblyman Yeager, and the members of the Assembly for bringing forward this extremely important bill. We believe the reforms included in this bill are simple but meaningful reforms that will enhance community safety for all Nevadans. These reforms are a start, a minimum needed in the process of changing an unjust system. We appreciate this commitment to change from our legislative leaders to restore community trust in our police officers and responding to the calls of those demanding justice. The death of George Floyd sparked outrage across the nation and has forced us to examine our own communities. Individuals in our own communities, like Micaiah Lee, Jorge Gomez, Byron Williams, and countless others, highlight the need for immediate reforms to do everything that we can to protect Nevadans. Specifically, our office strongly supports Section 4 and 5 of this bill, the complete chokehold ban and the duty to intervene. These reforms are vital to strengthening the safety of our community members when interacting with law enforcement. No amount of training can make this lethal option safe to use on our citizens. De-escalation strategies and non-lethal options can still be utilized, and when necessary, other lethal options are available for officers to use. We are not the first to ban chokeholds, and it is time for us to join the others in banning this unnecessary option. We agree with the statement of Ms. Wellborn with the ACLU that these reforms have been proven in other jurisdictions to reduce police violence. As criminal defense attorneys, we see the need for reforms in our daily work and from speaking with our clients, members of this community. Section 2's clarification regarding the use of force necessary to effectuate an arrest will help ensure our citizens, when accused of a crime, are treated appropriately, fairly, and with dignity. The other sections include common sense reforms that will again promote transparency. Additionally, we support the amendment proposed by NACJ that is up on Dallas. The reforms in AB3 will go a long way towards creating transparency. We look forward to continuing to work with the community activists, impacted individuals, and this body in ensuring that officers who engage in misconduct or violate these reforms are held accountable. Thank you for considering this bill that will protect our community members.
Caller with the last three digits, 360. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Dan Roll. That is D-A-N-R-O-L-L-E. While we are spelling things, I would also like to spell LVMPD-KILLEDJORGEGOMEZ. Is Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department killed Jorge Gomez? And I am glad that we are taking steps to prevent future abuses of power by Nevada's policing agencies. For example, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and its $655 million budget, which has been apparently unaltered despite a 90% drop in revenue by local businesses and an associated drop in tourism. And while I do support the bill as written, when I hear members of the police community in this area crying about the term police brutality, I have to take issue with that, having been on the streets and seen the actual police brutality against peaceful protesters. To hear representatives of one of the most funded public relations departments in the entire police force in the United States of America crying about terms being used when not one representative of Metro's police department has said anything positive about the thousands of peaceful protesters is a shame. And while we are making good progress with bills like this one, we need to continue. And I also would like to comment that I find it actually disgusting that members of this body would lecture people about how much they don't have time to listen to their constituents. Many of us who have sat on hold for hours to hear our voice, while you fawn gently over the words of Metro's public relations department, it is a shame on this body. There are people dying in the streets across this country. And while this bill is an excellent start, it is not nearly the amount of progress that we need. And I hope that once you pass this bill, you can consider additional steps. For example, making massive reforms in transparency.
Can you wind down so we can have time for a few more folks before the end of the hour?
I will conclude my comments by stating that I hope potentially either via amendment or future bill, you can reduce the cost of public records for body camera footage,
thank you, sir.
Which can cost as much as $280.
If we can go ahead and move on.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 841. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Lisa Rasmussen, LISA-RASMUSSEN. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Yeager, members of the Assembly. I am testifying today on behalf of NACJ in support of AB 3. I want to applaud everyone for their efforts in getting to this point. I know that it's well needed and well deserved. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues when I say that I think it's the bare minimum. I think it's a great starting place. I'm not going to tell you that it's a bad starting place. I know in the future that you can do more. We submitted a letter with some suggestions. I would encourage you to look at it, but I am testifying in support of the bill. I applaud your efforts. I think it is a great start. And I'm going to leave it at that because so many others before me have said what I would have said.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 517. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Shannon Williams, S-H-A-N as in Nancy, N-O as in Oscar, N, Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M as in Mary, S. I am from Assembly District 22. I am calling in support of Assembly Bill 3 because of the multiple people who have lost their lives or been subject to police brutality. I am a UNLV student in a graduate student in the School of Social Work. I do believe this bill is a step in the right direction. I do believe that chokeholds are life-threatening because they cut off oxygen via the carotid arteries. So police officers are not medical professionals. And so to have them administering such a force and not providing any real medical aid is failing to see the inherent risk utilizing this type of force. So this is a small step towards police accountability. So I am calling in support of this bill. And I do thank you all for listening and taking comments. And again, I do think this is a step in the right direction. And I applaud everyone for getting to this point. And hopefully we can do a lot more to help the community and make it safer for community members. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 710. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, my name is Maria Nieto, last name spelled N-I-E-T-O, and I am the state coordinator for Mi Familia Vota. We are in full support of AB3, but also in support of the thousands of Nevadans who have taken the streets to demand an end to racist policing and police violence. As someone who is undocumented non-Black Latina, I have shown up in solidarity and will continue to show up until our communities are no longer disproportionately affected by police brutality. It is our job to ensure that this bill is supported, but it is up to y'all to vote for it and to make sure it passes and that police brutality stops here. Nevada communities need a complete ban on police chokeholds, and we need it in writing. It must include all techniques that restrict the flow of oxygen or blood, no more exceptions. Officers have no way of knowing if someone has a medical condition that will lead to death, but honestly, they do not need to know. They don't need breathing restraints to make arrests. The tool they should be using is de-escalation. We need to uplift directly impacted communities and make sure that their voices are being amplified. And we need everyone to understand here that Black Lives Matter today, tomorrow, and every day. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 039. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Erica Minaberry. That's ErikaMinaberry. I am a constituent in 8025, and I'm calling in support of AB3 and also in support of both the Black Lives Matter movement and the anti-fascist movement. Yesterday, I was with my kids at Tahoe when a Black man approached us to tell us that he was attacked by a mentally unstable person while he was at the beach next to us. While the man was visibly shaken and had bruises developing around his neck, he did not want to call the police. Me, as a single mother with 3 kids walking back to my car, I was scared, but I knew if I called the police or someone who was mentally unstable, that person would not receive mental health services, and my calling would only escalate the situation. This bill is a necessary bill to pass for citizens to feel safe and protected, but it is only a starting point. It is the middle ground, and it should be bipartisan, really. If you want to know why there is civic unrest, it is because the people in these movements were just told we have to send our kids back to school. We know this will cause needless deaths of many children, parents, and grandparents, and it will mostly affect communities of color and poor people, such as myself. And now this legislative body is debating whether or not we could be legally murdered. There is only so many ways that we could be told that y'all want us dead. Our lives are negotiable. For us, that is fascism, and that is what we are fighting against. This should not be a radical statement. For us, we see the Democratic majority in all houses, but we don't see any police brutality bills that actually have any teeth and bring
Ma'am,
real
are you speaking in
structural
support of the bill? Because it
That's the
sounds
problem.
like you're in opposition right now. If we could speak to the bill and make
I
sure
am
that
in
we're
support of the bill, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The problem with constantly reaching across the aisle to the middle, by definition, the middle leaves out the margin, and the marginalized communities feel that. Our needs are always the first on the chopping block and always the first to be negotiated away. This stands in direct conflict to what we hear during campaign season, and
Okay,
we
man, we're
see
at
our
the
rights
2
slowly
minutes,
get
and
chipped
so
and
we
chipped
only
away.
have about 8 more minutes to go before we have to move on to opposition. So I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. And if you have additional comments, if you could submit them in writing, then the address is on the agenda for you to do so.
All right, I just wanted to say that we are paying attention, that you guys need our votes, and we also
Okay,
need you
thank
to
you,
vote
ma'am.
for us.
If we can
Thank
move
you.
on.
Caller with the last three digits, 717. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. For the record, David Burns, first name David, D-A-V-I-D, last name Burns, B-U-R-N-S, Deputy Chief for the City of Henderson Police Department. On behalf of Chief Cedric Andrus and the City of Henderson Police Department, we support AB3 and submitted additional comments online. We would also like to thank Chairman Yeager and LVMPD for their work on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last three digits, 898. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, and we rise in support of AB3. The legislature must see past the fear-mongering we hear in opposition on this bill today. Every time we propose reforms, people say it will put officers' lives in danger or that it will put the public in danger. This is not reality, and frankly, I'm tired of hearing this dangerous and racist rhetoric. When it comes to chokeholds, specifically the lateral vascular neck restraint in this case, the reality is that many police departments in Nevada do not allow it because they recognize how lethal it can be. 30 years ago, former Nevada legislator Wendell Williams called for a ban on police chokeholds. What we got was a watered-down training bill. What Wendell said then is true now. Police have no way of knowing someone's medical history or whether these unseen medical conditions will lead to death from police restraint. Some say they need this tool in their tool belt to make arrests safely, yet several agencies in Nevada have already banned chokeholds. Let's not pretend that the police don't have plenty of other tools, and let's listen to the community members when they demand that the first and most used tool in any law enforcement officer's tool belt should be de-escalation and de-escalation only. AB3 is a start, but we fully expect you all to do more work next session to continue reforming our criminal justice system. This work cannot end here, and we will be watching every step of the way. Please support AB3 today. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 723. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna, B-R-I-A-N-A, Escamilla, E-S-C-A-M-I-L-L-A, and I am the Nevada State Director with the Human Rights Campaign. We are strongly in support of AB3 because this is an important first step in creating a just and equitable justice system in Nevada. Passing legislation to ensure that our communities are protected from unjustifiable force and that police departments are held accountable should not be a partisan issue. This is the bare minimum that we must do to allow for all Nevadans to feel safe in their own communities. It's time that we take action and pass meaningful police reform and accountability legislation to rectify a legacy of white supremacy and anti-Black racism that continues to lead to police violence and killing of Black people across the country. We urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 887. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Speaker Frierson and members of the Assembly Committee of the Whole. For the record, my name is Corey Solferino, C-O-R-E-Y, S as in Sam, O-L, F as in Frank, E-R-I-N-O, and I represent the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. We wanted to take this opportunity to offer our comments in support of AB3 and look forward to the 81st regular session to continue our conversations regarding public safety concerns and officer accountability. We have an opportunity before us to have a law enforcement renaissance in the wake of a national tragedy and lead a new generation of law enforcement professionals on the foundations of solid principles and pillars of criminal justice. Our noble profession has worked tirelessly to integrate into our communities to foster collaboration, understanding, and mutual respect. We are firm believers in community-oriented policing strategies and holistic approaches to combat crime and traffic safety, using intelligence-led policing and the integration of the regional teams and services concept. Our crime reduction strategies focus our long-term goals and not short-term fixes. I hope to continue our conversations to address our mental health and substance abuse concerns that plague our state. In many instances, tragedy stems from these two scenarios, and with the impending budget cuts and reduction of services due to COVID-19 crisis, already scarce resources and programs will become non-existent. The Clark County and Washoe County detention centers continue to be two of the largest mental health facilities in the state. While we have continued to provide and expand training and resources to our incarcerated population and wraparound services upon release, we are struggling to provide the aftercare needed to thrive, and the vicious cycle continues. With the advent of the newly formed Detention Services Unit and the Police Accountability and Transparency Unit, we hope to further enhance the services we provide and be excellent community stewards. I appreciate this opportunity to speak before you today and look forward to the public policy we can continue to create together to protect and defend the citizens and visitors to the great state of Nevada. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last three digits, 409. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tia Coward. That's T-I-A-C-O-W-A-R-D. I'm calling in support of AB3. I am a local Black Lives Matter activist as well as youth empowerment activist, and I believe AB3 is a great first step. And we do mean a first step. We definitely hope to see more, and we need to see more, and we definitely would like to see accountability for those who are not following these legislations once they are actually passed. And we'd also like to see the implementation of private investigators, which was a possible thing as part of this bill. And once you see those types of things, you will see that the community will feel a lot more safe, and that the families of the victims, including Byron Williams and George Gomez, will start to see a little bit of relief and justice. Thank you very much.
Caller with the last three digits, 279. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Laura Martin. I'm the Executive Director of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. Right now, we have the opportunity before us to hold the police accountable for the violence and fear they inflict on Black and communities of color. But make no mistake, Assembly Bill 3 is the bare minimum. And just for clarification, yes, we are supporting the bill, but it is the bare minimum. It's worth noting that we also must fully repeal Senate Bill 242, which was a misguided attempt to shield law enforcement from real accountability. Police reforms like AB 3 will not be able to be meaningfully implemented without the full repeal of Senate Bill 242. So yes to Assembly Bill 3 now, and let's commit to go further. Thank you for taking our testimony, and Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. And BPS, if we could now move to those wishing to offer testimony in opposition. Again, I will allot up to an hour. For those that were hoping to offer testimony in support after the hour, I would ask that you provide your testimony in writing with the email address on the agenda so that we give everybody equal opportunity to be heard. So with that, I would ask that we go to people wishing to offer testimony in opposition at this time.
If you are in opposition of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take callers in order. Again, if you are in opposition of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take callers in order. Caller with the last three digits, 976. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
I'm Scott Nicholas, Vice President of Las Vegas Police Protective Association, NICHOLAS. As we all know, the special session was called for by the governor because of special interest groups taking advantage of circumstances around the country that had absolutely nothing to do with Nevada. There is no compelling need to make drastic policy changes and laws that could impede the officers in our state to safely arrest a suspect. In no way will restrictive laws prevent the death of a non-compliant criminal who is high on drugs, has an enlarged heart, or is fighting officers to escape a lawful arrest. What we should be focused on is educating the public on dangers of resisting arrest and why compliance during a lawful detention or arrest is so important. I've never watched a video of a compliant person being handcuffed that died from a police encounter. Why is it that suspects that die in police custody always end up on the ground prior to their death? The answer is simple. They resisted arrest. Let's start by educating the public with the new saying and spread the word about how, quote, compliance saves lives, unquote. Compliance and stand up will save your life. This is where the real problem is. Yet no one has brought this up once. How come we haven't had any legislation to increase penalties on criminals that resist arrest or commit battery on a protected person? In fact, this bill only focuses, has been to protect the criminals and not the officers who are protecting the community. I'll end with this. Please remember the last words of Officer Anthony Dia. Tell my family I love them. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last three digits, 669. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
It's W-I-L-L. Hello, my name is Will Hudler. It's W-I-L-L-H-U-D-D-L-E-R. I'm a lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and I'm chairman of the Police Managers Supervisors Association. Our association opposes AB 3 on a technicality. Section 4, subsection 2, some of the discussion was concerning regarding the definition of custody. And I believe that there's an opportunity to clean that up. There's case precedent in our Ninth Circuit as well as the U.S. Supreme Court that defines custody as when someone is not free to leave. And if someone is fighting with an officer as an officer tries to place them under arrest, it's obviously a situation where they're not free to leave, yet they're not yet in handcuffs. They're not yet in the back of a police car. So I believe we have an opportunity to clean that up. That's the technicality there. And I want to say a couple of things there. You know, there's a lot of good concerns that have been voiced, and people who are in support of it. I praise the work that has gone into this, into late hours by our elected officials. And I appreciate the fact that citizens have voiced their opinion via email and phone calls to our elected officials. From a police union leader, even one excessive use of force is unacceptable, even just one. And there isn't anyone that wants a bad cop held accountable more than a good cop, who signed up for the right reasons and is out there doing everything he or she can to protect their community on a daily basis. So let's make that very clear. We've been led to believe that there's someone in Carson City that believes that officers in Las Vegas don't think Black lives matter. That's preposterous. Black lives absolutely matter. The reason why police officers sign up for this profession in the first place is because they value the sanctity of life. We saw it on October 1st when we were running towards gunfire and screams. And if that's not enough to convince you, I'd ask you, has that much time passed? Has that much time passed where you were praising us for running towards gunfire, where you were praising us for being essential employees and risking our lives under the pandemic with all of the rest of the community workers? There isn't. I invite you to come out on a ride along. Ride with one of the police officers in your district. See how they serve their community. And when you look at the first responders, the nurses, the firefighters, the EMT, the police officers, the teachers, all these folks that are working the front lines, the CPS workers that are working the front lines in these communities, you'll see that actions speak louder than words. Cops aren't PR professionals. They don't do good in front of cameras. You can see that in interviews across the country, right? But we're people of action. Actions speak louder than words. And when you talk about a city that has 2 million calls for service a year, and you're looking at 2 or 20 events that don't pass the eye test, and you're taking that, or you're taking an incident that caused all of us pain, watching George Floyd killed in Minneapolis by that scourge, and painting us all with the same brush, it's absolutely unfair, and it demonstrates prejudice, 100%. So back to the opposition, it's on a technicality. Specifically, let's clarify custody, because the Supreme Court and the Ninth Circuit don't define custody as someone who's in fixed handcuffs or approved restraints. It defines it as someone who is not free to leave. And that means someone who's in a fight, trying to fight officers off as they're arresting them. And unfortunately, in a fight, there are circumstances that are out of control of an officer, right? We see it in professional fights. Professional fighters try a tactic and it doesn't work, and they do it for a living. And so there are so many variables. We ask you that you take an opportunity and clear that up. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 502. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Ron Dreher, D-R-E-H-E-R. Speaker Frierson and honorable members of the Assembly as a whole. I appear telephonically in front of you today as a representative of the Public Safety Alliance, the Officers Alliance of Nevada, and all of our members, including the Reno Police Protective Association, in opposition to AB 3. As an honorably retired Reno police officer, major crimes detective, and as a longtime advocate for our Nevada peace officers, I am saddened at the out-and-out attack on our professional peace officers by members of the public and by what's going on across the United States. I'm requesting that you all postpone any sudden changes to our use of force policies and our NRS 289 Peace Officers Bill of Rights until such time as those proposed changes can be thoroughly vetted in the upcoming regular 2021 session. As stated previously, please do not paint the professional peace officers in Nevada with the same brush with what occurred in Minneapolis. We ask that you really, truly look at our professional peace officers and support what we have done. We need and deserve your support. We stand in opposition to AB 3 because this proposed bill will handcuff our professional peace officers and unintended consequences for our officers. Section 1 will result in unintended consequences and place our officers in a no-win position. We have no problem with anyone recording what we do as police officers. However, putting a camera in the face of an officer who's performing his or her duties may result in an assault on the part of the person recording. Accordingly, that assault will result in that person's camera being taken for evidence, in the same manner as the body-worn camera is used as evidence. This portion needs to be thoroughly discussed and debated. All it will do is cause further public resistance to our peace officers. Section 2 restricts our ability to stay alive by limiting our right to use the force necessary to effect an arrest. I certainly can see and foresee an officer limiting the use of force in a situation for fear of being arrested. The result, a dead police officer. Section 4, taking away the chokehold in all situations is the same as signing a death warrant for an officer. We have to be able to use all means and methods necessary in deadly force situations to stay alive. I applaud Senator Yeager for clarifying that position because that's what we need to have. Section 5, intervening and observing excessive force situations already occurs. If it must be codified, then let's put it on the agenda for the 2021 session so we can show this body examples of how our use of force policies apply in these situations and what works. Section 6, the drug and alcohol testing occurs in an OIS.
And Mr. Driver, I'm giving you quite a bit of latitude, but you're going through every section line by line. If your position is you oppose them, then we understand that. But if you could kind of try to wind it down, we've gone twice as long beyond the time.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Now, the point is that I'm concerned about removing the definition of a chokehold. I think that's important that it stay in codify in the legislation. And the testing that we have, obviously, that's something, all of this can wait until the next session, and that's what we'd be happy to do. And in that, I, on behalf of PSAN and the RPPA, oppose AB 3 entirely. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 618. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Sydney Williams, SYDNEY WILLIAMS. I'm a high school student here in Douglas County, Nevada. Although I am in support of the concepts of Assembly Bill 3, I am greatly disappointed that there is even a need to create a law to tell law enforcement, who are the people who are supposed to protect and serve, that the public is allowed to record their behavior. It was my understanding that in the Supreme Court case, Glick v. Cunniff, justices came to the conclusion that citizens were allowed to record officers carrying out their duties in a public space. The need for this bill proves that our system is broken. People of color fear for their lives during encounters with officers. We need you all to recognize and fix this. How is it that the people whose job it is to protect the public are allowed to do harm to the people? It is wrong that police today are allowed to abuse their power and intimidate members of the public. I support the efforts to hold police accountable for their actions, yet there need to be consequences, including the termination of an officer who violates the public's trust. Assembly Bill 3 needs amending in order to ensure the safety of the public. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 889. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name's Chad Lyman, Lyman. I'm a police officer for over 20 years and worked for LVMPD and the LVPPA. In addition to that, I've got over 20 years Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and mixed martial arts experience. And I'm going to second what many of the other callers have already said and just prove their comments and add a few of my own that would be not stated up to this point. I do not support this bill in its current written form, but I do appreciate all the work that's gone into it and all the good that is in the bill. The issue that I have is I believe that Section 4, Subsection 2 needs to be amended because it seems to relate this idea that once someone's in handcuffs, any kind of physical struggle or physical force is going to end. In my career, I personally have seen people escape out of the back of cars, escape custody while handcuffed, escape custody. I've seen people fight effectively while in custody. I've been kicked in the groin by someone who has handcuffs on. I've seen someone get to a firearm in their shoe while handcuffed. And so certainly just because handcuffs or custody is achieved, that doesn't mean that force or the fight's over by any stretch of the imagination. So I would like it to be amended to say that someone who's handcuffed and then compliant or needs medical attention, those kind of things. Another problem that's unintended when we do a special session for something like this, where we do legislation rapidly, is there's unintended consequences of taking away low-level options for me as a police officer. I'm certainly not crying or complaining that if the legislature decides, for example, carotid restraint cannot be used under any circumstance, I'll stop using it. But understand, this is in a fight or a physical altercation, and when you take a low-level technique away from me, I have to fill that in. And that's going to get filled in with strikes or potentially weapon systems, depending on what's going on in that altercation. Another problem unintended with this is that carotid restraint can sometimes result in dire consequences for people with medical conditions. This has been talked about already. If you take carotid restraint away from me, custody will actually potentially take longer. So someone with poor health, narcotics use, prolonged physical fight with the police, my prediction from that kind of a thing, if it takes me a minute and a half to get them into custody, as opposed to 7 seconds to get them into custody, is that those people are still going to have significant health problems, that the bill, unintended, may contribute to that. The final thing is, what is the answer? As a use of force and DT expert, it's solid curriculum, which we already have. It's interesting to me, many of the things being codified in this bill, we already do. Our policies at LVMPD are full of these very things. So what is the answer? It's more training. I would like to see a bill where the legislation actually requires 2 to 6 hours physical training, hands-on, DT, tactical training for every police officer on every department around the state every single week. That's 2 to 6 hours every single week. And that would give you better performance in the field. I'm going to obey this law that's written, but I would hope the intent is for a compliant person after custody is gained. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 510, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Lilith Barron, LilithBaran. I would like to first comment on how it is interesting how it seems like every single person that is not in support of this bill gets much longer than 2 minutes. In fact, one person stated that they got double the amount of time. I also would like to just address some of the things that were said as far as repealing SB 242 being the absolute first step. Secondly, I would like to talk about the person that talked about people being on the front lines.
Ma'am, if I can ask you, are you offering testimony in opposition to the bill?
I am offering testimony, and you hung up on me when I was in support of, so I would like to reclaim my time.
Okay, so there is no my time.
I would like to tell you that
I would ask you to email in on the email address on the agenda so that we can keep order and keep structured time for equal time for both sides. I don't want to eat into the other side's hour for testimony in opposition. So if you could email the address on the agenda, we would be glad to circulate that and make sure that everybody gets it.
Caller with the last 3 digits. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
I was just going to ask you to go to the next caller.
Yes, our caller with the last 3 digits, 653. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Zoe Bacher. That is ZOEBACHAR. I would first like to say, I would like to also point out that all those calling in opposition were allotted much more time than anyone calling in
okay, BPS,
support.
if we can move on. We are in opposition.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits, 443. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits, 443. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. For recent callers, we are in opposition of the bill. Please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take your call in order. Again, we are currently in opposition of the bill. Please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take callers in order. Caller with the last 3 digits, 846. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Adrian Lowry, Adrian Lowry. While this bill is a step in the right direction, I believe it is insufficient because it does not address the racial character of policing in our community. It is statistically proven that laws are enforced more frequently and more harshly in communities of color than they are in white communities. It is also indisputable that more Indigenous, Black, and Latino citizens are killed per capita than white citizens. I ask that this bill do more to address the racial disparity in policing because we cannot begin to solve our problems without acknowledging the racial reality of our policing policy. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 700. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Aaron Altamirano, Aaron, last name Altamirano. I would just like to say that you did give favoritism to the ones that were in opposition of this bill. I just want to say Black Lives Matter.
Okay, if we can move on, BPS. And just so the public is aware, I'm giving an hour for, an hour for against, and I'm keeping it balanced so that as many people can get in with that 2 minutes as possible. So we're going to run out of time, and I don't want to eat into the other time. But the more that we have this, the longer we're going to have to go to make sure that the opposition had an hour in total.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no more callers in the queue for those in opposition of the bill.
Thank you. Can we go on those wishing to offer testimony in a neutral position?
If you are in neutral of the bill, position of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take your call in order. Again, we are in neutral position for the bill. Please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take your call in order. Caller with the last 3 digits, 283. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
COS, LOPZ. Oh, Marcos Lopez, MARCOS, LOPZ, Americans for Prosperity, Nevada. We would love to be in support of this legislation. There's just 2 sections that kind of really hold us back, and that is Section 4 when it comes to the full ban on chokeholds. We favor the police being able to use de-escalatory tactics in any situation, and we believe chokehold should be available as a tool, but only when deadly force is already authorized. That way, the choice between pulling the trigger or doing a chokehold, officers have the option to use the chokehold. Section 6, when it comes to post-officer involved shooting of drug and alcohol testing, we cannot support this in its current form. This section needs clear language distinguishing between the mere presence of various substances, such as marijuana, which stays in the system well after impairment, along with prescription drugs, which may be legally obtained and used for medical reasons in Nevada.
Can I just interrupt you just for a second to ask, is this neutral testimony, meaning you don't have a position on whether or not it passes or not? Because it sounds like opposition.
Correct. This is neutral testimony.
So you're fine with the bill passing as is?
Correct. So making those changes, and we believe there can also be better language when it comes to Section 2 and the use of force standard. We believe that reasonable force will be more clearly defined, as well as in Section 5 when it comes to not justified force when it comes to duty to intervene. And then in Section 9, when it comes to traffic stop reporting, we think that this can be strengthened by having more specific requirements about circumstances and demographic information of those being stopped and whether contraband was recovered. There's a lot in the section about the software and the information collected with it, but I think it gets less to the heart of the matter of the potential disproportionate enforcement. Everything else in the bill, we think is wonderful. We 100% support, in particular, the retroactive enforcement of AB 236, which we were wholeheartedly in support of. But because of those minor things and some of those big items, we are neutral on this legislation. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 506. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Nash, Marknash. I am neutral on this legislation because while I will not advise the legislator to oppose AB 3, I do not believe this support for this legislation should be used as evidence that the legislator did anything to make a meaningful progress against police brutality. I've heard many well-intentioned activists state that this is a good start and that it is a bare minimum. I do not believe this even rises to that standard. This does not even undo the severe damage that was done by the current legislature under its current makeup with SB 242 in the 2019 session. And it also does not address police tactics that I've personally witnessed, such as the unprovoked use of chemical irritants against peaceful protesters. So that's why I'm neutral on this legislation. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 118. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Caller with the last three digits, 118. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. We are currently under the neutral position for the bill. Please press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will put you in the queue. Caller with the last three digits, 653. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Zoe Bacher, ZoeBachar. I am neutral on this bill because I think it is preposterous that this is the steps that you are taking, just beginning with banning chokeholds when there are chemical weapons being used against peaceful protesters, as well as the fact that you were allowing police officers who called in more time than those who were in support of this bill to speak. It quite frankly is disturbing to me that this is where the action begins, and I think that you need to do better.
Caller with the last three digits, 443. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Caller with the last three digits, 443. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Elena de la Paz, ELENAGELAPAZ. I just wanted to mention a few things. Though police reform is important for many in our communities who are targeted, it also creates a stigma that rejects effective alternatives for our future. I'd like everyone in this meeting to ask themselves why the presence of prisons and jails, all forms of policing, is cemented in our society. Why do we accept this idea and remove ourselves from the very real impact it causes on communities of color? I myself have witnessed the impact of police presence. I have seen my father go in and out of penitentiaries with clear psychological damages, only getting worse each time. These institutions are not built for restorative purposes, but rather for punitive punishment. Punitive punishment causes not only psychological torture to the men and women in these institutions, but also their families who do not have the resources for mental health. All of this, and in the end, the only individuals who benefit are those in power who directly benefit from prison labor and continuous federal grants, and these federal grants have never been reflected in prison conditions, jail conditions, etc. I like to remind everyone that these prison conditions, jail conditions, have worsened during the global pandemic and continue to take the lives of the prison population, consisting of a majority of Black, Latino, and Native American loved ones. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 906. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Shyla Summers. For the record, SHYLASUMMERS. I am calling a neutral position on this bill. I feel that I could be for this bill, but unfortunately it is not strong enough. I do not understand why we need to have so many legislative sessions to tell the cops how to do their job correctly. If I were to do my job this incorrectly so consistently, I would be fired. So I don't understand why we allow police officers to brutalize citizens and constituents, those who will be voting for everyone in this meeting right now. And I don't understand why we can't come up with something more comprehensive, not a Band-Aid, not another mural, and not something that is just feel good, a symbol that does nothing. We need more than just banning chokeholds. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 360. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, this is Dan Roll again calling in, ROLLE. I would just also like to point out that you did allocate more time to speakers who were in opposition of the bill via the allotted amount of time.
Sir, if you want to offer testimony in a neutral position, then I would welcome testimony in a neutral position. I, just so that the public is aware, gave support an hour and gave opposition only 30 minutes. And so there wasn't an imbalance in time, but I wanted to make sure as many people as possible could participate. So I appreciate the perspective or concern that there was more, but there was not more. So if you want to offer testimony in a neutral position, I would welcome it.
Thank you. It is my neutral opinion that it is not the fault of those who have supported the bill, that those who oppose the bill were not able to successfully organize enough people to speak up against that matter. And I thank you for listening to me during this portion of the call, and thank you for the time.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more callers in the queue for neutral.
Thank you. We will come back to the committee. And I don't know if Assemblyman Yeager has any closing remarks. You can do it from your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I did want to just thank a couple of my colleagues who helped me tremendously with this bill that I neglected to mention. Assemblywoman Wynn was instrumental. Assemblywoman Peters helped on the data piece quite a bit, and Assemblyman Roberts as well offered quite a bit of insight based on his experience. And of course, Director Calloway, who you heard from, had a hand in this as well. I wanted to thank them. I wanted to also thank all those who called in to testify on a Saturday afternoon. I know there's a lot going on here, and I just appreciate the public's involvement. Lastly, I want to thank law enforcement who has been working hard to create positive reform, particularly the Nevada Police Union has been very proactive in reaching out with suggestions for how to do things better, and I wanted to recognize them. Mr. Chair, the time is now, and I thank you and my colleagues for the consideration of Assembly Bill 3.
Thank you very much. Can we get a 1 minute recess? Yeah, 1 minute recess. Okay. Committee of the whole will come back to order. While we're getting settled, I would like to have BPS recall Mr. Nick Anthony to provide some clarification I believe is warranted based on the presentation of the bill.
Nick Anthony, feel free to proceed.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you. This is Nick Anthony from the Legislative Council Bureau Legal Division, appearing as nonpartisan staff. Our office was recently posed a question in regards to Assembly Bill 3, which was just heard by this body. The question posed was whether Section 1 of AB 3 necessitates an exception for schools under FERPA. The Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act prohibits the disclosure of records maintained by a school that receives certain federal funds. As you're aware, Section 1 of this bill allows a person to record and keep possession of a recording of a law enforcement activity. If a school were ultimately to maintain such a recording, then the school would be prohibited from disclosing it to anyone other than the student or parent of the student, unless certain exceptions under FERPA authorize such disclosure. Thus, it's the opinion of this office that, as written, a school may comply with both this law and federal law. I should also point out that Section 1 is almost verbatim copied from a recent bill that just passed in New York, and that bill did not have an exception for FERPA. Thus, we think the bill can proceed as written, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Anthony? All right, seeing none. Let me check the email. Okay. All right, seeing none. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are willing to entertain a motion, I would move to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 3 with the proposed Amendment 6162, which is in mock-up form on members' desks.
Assemblyman Yeager's moved to amend and do pass. Is there a second? Second by Assemblyman Flores. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Amendment is adopted. And I think we will now go to Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Wait, sorry, 1 minute.
Sorry. 1 minute recess.
No, the motion stands, Speaker.
Thank you. So there's been a motion and a second to rise and report. I'm sorry, did I already do that? All those in favor, one more time. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly will come to order. Here you go, Susan. Yes. We will go to order business 4, reports of standing committees.
Mr. Speaker, your committee in the whole, to which was re-referred Assembly Bill 3, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to put the same back. The recommendation of amend do pass as amended. Jason Frierson, Chair.
Order Business 12, General File, third reading.
Assembly Bill 3, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, an act relating to public safety, authorizing a person to record law enforcement activity in certain circumstances, revising provisions relating to the use of physical force by a peace officer, requiring a peace officer to intervene to prevent the use of unjustified physical force by another peace officer in certain circumstances, and to report the observation of the use of unjustified physical force by another peace officer, requiring law enforcement agencies to adopt a written policy regarding the drug and alcohol testing of a peace officer in certain circumstances, providing that the newly affected provisions of law reducing the maximum period of probation or suspension of sentence that may be imposed upon a person apply to persons sentenced on or after July 1, 2020, requiring law enforcement agencies to provide a report to the legislature containing certain information relating to traffic stops and other stops by law enforcement officers and the software used to process certain information during such traffic stops and other stops, and providing other matters properly in there too. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, to enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 13, end of Section 13, end of bill.
Any amendments to Section 1 of the bill as a whole?
I have amendment number 3, proposed by the Assembly Committee of the Whole.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly adopt Amendment number 3 to Assembly Bill 3.
Assemblyman Yeager's moved that the Assembly adopt Amendment 3 to Assembly Bill 3. Remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment simply makes deletion of the word physically in Section 1.
Any further remarks? All those in favor of the Assembly adopting Amendment 3 to Assembly Bill 3 signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill?
There are none.
The bill is ordered to general file.
Assembly Bill 3, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, an act relating to public safety, authorizing a person to record law enforcement activity in certain circumstances, revising provisions relating to the use of physical force by a peace officer, requiring a peace officer to intervene to prevent the use of unjustified physical force by another peace officer in certain circumstances, and to report the observation of the use of unjustified physical force by another peace officer, requiring law enforcement agencies to adopt a written policy regarding the drug and alcohol testing of a peace officer in certain circumstances, providing that the newly effective provisions of law reducing the maximum period of probation or suspension of sentence that may be imposed upon a person apply to persons sentenced on or after July 1, 2020, requiring law enforcement agencies to provide a report to the legislature containing certain information relating to traffic stops and other stops by law enforcement officers and the software used to process certain information during such traffic stops and other stops, and providing other matters properly laid there too. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, to enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 13, end of Section 13, end of bill.
Any members of Section 1 of the bill as a whole?
There are none.
Remarks? I will go to Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak today. You know, this was a bill that I really struggled with. In my time here, my short time here, I guess. I haven't lost as much sleep or had something agonize me as this one, because it is a divisive issue, as we heard today, from both sides. I mean, there's just no middle ground hardly to find here. Either people are so far polarized and on the opposite side of the issue. I kind of wish I had a neutral button, but as you all know, we either have to support it or we don't. So with that said, if you know my background, I spent 34 years in law enforcement, 8 years in the military, or 9 years in the military, 25 years at Metro. And during that time, policing changed quite a bit from when it was when I started. And I can tell you that, policing as a profession has reformed throughout its inception. And I think anybody that does that job knows that it has to continue to be a professional, to be a good profession and have trust in the community. And I saw that really when I was at Metro through collaborative reform, and I was part of that in 2011, 2012, when we had several issues at Las Vegas Metro, and through the collaborative reform process, we really took a look at how we did business, what we did in our community, and we made some significant changes by adopting best practices around the country. And as a result of that, and the foresight of then Sheriff Gillespie and now Sheriff Lombardo, the department continues to be one of the best in the country. Perfect by no means, but still one of the best, if not the best. And so I'll tell you that with this bill, it's not perfect, right? You heard today, it doesn't hit every bell and whistle, but I tell you what, I do appreciate the fact that several of our members of our law enforcement community worked on giving feedback for it and came in support of it today. And I think it will actually improve community trust and make our organizations adopt some best practices that are utilized in our state already. And for that reason, I will be supporting this measure today. So thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of Assembly Bill 3. This is a common sense legislation, and it is the first step in addressing a public outcry from our community on issues of policing and racial injustice. Most of the provisions in this legislation codify existing best practices in law enforcement, including at Metro. We want to make it clear that these are the standards of conduct across Nevada, and that's why a vast majority of law enforcement supports them. And we heard that today. I remind my colleagues that we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that we should not be deprived of those things without due process, and that we are innocent until proven guilty. Assembly Bill 3 strengthens our constitutional rights. It tells the people who have marched in the streets for justice that we have listened. It tells our law enforcement that we are committed to working with them to embrace change and to continue to reform, a process that they have been engaged in as long as they have been policing. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting yes on AB 3.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of AB 3, and I want to thank everyone for working on this collaboratively. It has been difficult to balance so many different perspectives and interests, and as best we can with any bill. And I rise in support as a sister of law enforcement. I have a brother and sister-in-law who have served faithfully for decades honorably in their communities, and I'm so proud of them. I'm also grateful for partners in law enforcement who have come alongside in efforts to fight sex trafficking and child exploitation. Grateful for all they've done to protect our vulnerable children. As an educator, I've brought law enforcement into my classes for decades, and I always love seeing the light go on for students as they suddenly see police officers in a different light and recognize all they do in our communities. And I'm forever grateful to the Reno Police Department and Washoe County DA for all they did when we lost a member of our own family to violent crime. Like many, it's also been extremely difficult to see the recent heart-wrenching videos and ensuing painful dialogue and conflict across our nation as a result of the actions of bad actors. As one chief told me, he was very frustrated and angry over this senseless death and those officers' actions. They have single-handedly demolished our nation's law enforcement and communities. I'm now trying to rebuild all my relationships and have to worry about all my officers' safety. As we heard from a caller earlier today, no one wants accountability for bad cops more than good cops. And I'm here to say that we have many good cops who have been serving and protecting us every day and in our communities, often risking their lives. And I'm grateful for their dedication and their service and their willingness to come forward and to partner on these issues to continue to build trust in the community. And I hope we recognize these efforts and we partner with them moving forward. It is for those reasons that I support AB 3. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of AB 3. I am the proud daughter of a Detroit police sergeant. My father spent most of his career in the dangerous narcotics unit. I am not immune to the risk and the dangers our officers face, or the concern and worry our families endure. nor do I lack the pride and respect for our officers. I watched in horror earlier this summer as George Floyd's life was taken from him at the hands, or rather the knees, of police officers. For 8 minutes and 46 seconds, we watched George plead for his life, cry in detail what he was experiencing, and call for his mama in the middle of the street as his life was slowly leaving his body. We watched as a crowd formed, begging and demanding the officer stop and remove his knee from George's neck. We watched as other officers on the scene did nothing to stop their colleague from taking George's life. The choice before us today is not to support cops or vote to support Black lives. It's to do both. I understand the brotherhood of law enforcement. That brotherhood protects one another and brings those officers home at night. But that brotherhood was never intended to cover up wrongdoing. It was never intended to silence or persuade other officers from speaking up when conflicted. Statistics don't lie, and statistics show that people, and more often Black people, the sons and daughters of Black people, our Black sons and daughters, in this country have died due to unjustified physical force. They've died because other officers who did not agree or support it failed to intervene. They died because other officers were scared for their own safety or their career. I support AB 3 because it requires other officers to step up and step in. It sets expectations and empowers officers to do what they know is right when no one else is watching or filming. As a teacher, I teach my students not to be bystanders, but to be upstanders. That means to rise up for those that are being bullied or in distress. We're in a moment in history that will forever be remembered. I'm proud to be in this moment, to be a representative of a diverse state, of a diverse district, to vote today to help to heal the wounds of our country. I stand on the shoulders of those who have fought for equal treatment under the law longer than I've been alive, for hundreds of years. I stand on the shoulders of those who we recently lost, Reverend C.T. Vivian, Congressman John Lewis. They gave their lives for justice. Our country is again at a crossroads. We have an opportunity to build upon the dreams of our forefathers and foremothers. We need to keep demanding, to keep demonstrating, to keep raising our voices to demand equality, demanding justice, proclaiming that Black lives matter, demanding accountability and transparency from police. I am proud to be part of this moment and the work that we're doing in this building to make Nevada the best place for everyone. And I urge my colleagues to support and vote today, yes, on AB 3.
Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order Business 15.
Order Business 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition to AB 3. I'm probably going to be the only one here. Mr. Speaker, even though I like the hard work that's been done on this bill, I believe 90% this is being done in all 17 counties. And this bill today has addressed some of the concerns we need to address. I still believe in the men and the women that protect us on the day-to-day basis, that we pay to protect us, and why we send them out in harm's way. Do I believe that there's stuff sometimes that there's screw-ups and people get hurt and die? There's laws out there that protects that family from them officers. But it's very rare. But I still stand strong and believe that we send them people in harm's way for us, to protect us. We pay them to protect us. And I still stand strong with them. The men in blue, the men in green are those that protect and keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Assemblywoman Krasner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on AB 3.
I would first like to say that I have the highest regard and utmost respect for law enforcement officers and our district attorneys. Law enforcement officers put their life on the line every day for all of us and for our community, and I am very grateful to them for that. Because of COVID-19, my two sons, age 18 and 20, and I spent a lot of time together in the house, watching the news, watching TV. On May 25th, 2020, my sons and I were watching the news, and we saw Mr. George Floyd die with an officer's knee on his neck. And it's hard when your kids say to you, Mom, why is that police officer killing that man in the street in front of everyone? And of course, I tried to explain to them, there's good and bad in every profession. And just because that officer does that doesn't mean other police officers are bad. I believe that most police officers are good and they want to protect the public. Then again, on June 29th, 2020, my children and I were watching the news on TV, and we saw Micaiah Lee, an 18-year-old boy right here from Reno Sparks area. He was suicidal, and his mother called the police and told the police, my son is suicidal and I need help. Please help me. The police chased him down, 2 different officers in 2 different cars, and they both shot him 7 times. He had 7 bullets in him. They showed it on TV, the footage. My kids saw it. It's so hard for a mom to answer her 2 sons, and they say, Mom, why did the police shoot that kid? When they said he was suicidal. And I just think we need some police reform. Again, I have the utmost respect for our law enforcement officers, but this can't go on. This is wrong, and I support AB 3. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have Assemblyman Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Assembly Bill 3, Order of Business 15.
Order of Business 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had the tremendous blessing of celebrating my birthday. And as I reflected, as I typically do on a birthday, I like to reflect on the blessings that this life, that this country, that this state has given me. And as I found myself reflecting and then found myself transitioning back to the reality of being in this special session, I found myself in front of this bill in preparation for today. And as I examined it, I was overcome by the reality that I recognized that both law enforcement and community members alike have had their last breath snatched from them by error and others by cowardly acts. We have allowed for a metaphorical line to be drawn where if you are pro-law enforcement, that must mean that you are unequivocally anti-community, or vice versa. Transparency and accountability should be at the forefront of any entity that is in a position of power. Pro-law enforcement, pro-community, pro-accountability, pro-transparency are not mutually exclusive terms. Like many of my colleagues here, I have been flooded with emails and phone calls from members of the community, and I appreciate your calls and I appreciate your emails. But not one of those emails or not a single phone call dealt with a single line of this bill, which begs the question, where is this fear-mongering coming from? Who is perpetuating, who's spearheading this campaign of misinformation, and to whose benefit? This is not a political question. In fact, the very members of this body have in the past, when having conversations about securing heart and lung protections and making sure that folk who have been injured and members of law enforcement have been injured, that we can later take care of them years down the road. We have ensured that we secured additional funding for additional members of law enforcement, getting them better equipment. Every single time a member of law enforcement has reached out to us and asked that we create new regulations to help them do their job better, we have always been there. We've always been at the table, and we'll continue to do that. To our women and men of law enforcement, I want to say thank you. I know every single day you wake up and you kiss your family goodbye with the expectation that you're going to be back that same day, and that deep in your mind, you know that there is a possibility that within the scope of you protecting and fighting for our community, you may be killed or injured. So I say thank you for that. But I also ask that as you look at this bill, and as we continue to move this dialogue forward, I implore you to recognize that at this time, it is not a conversation about us versus them, that this is a collective us versus process. This is a collective us versus procedural errors. This is a moment that we have to recognize that this is Nevadans versus archaic laws that need to be corrected. This is humans versus systemic failure. It's not, they want to pin us, the individual, versus the other side, the individual, and it's not. It's a procedural change that we have to do. And the only thing I'd like to say is to my colleagues, this is just the beginning of an ongoing conversation that's going to take a very long time for us to resolve. For you to have the courage to acknowledge that, and that as the conversation moves forward, if the agenda is to create community trust, transparency, and accountability, that this is far from there yet. I urge my colleagues to support AB 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I want to add one thing, because there was an officer who testified, and he said there's no one who wants to get rid of bad cops more than good cops. And I believe him wholeheartedly. I appreciated that comment, and it resonated with me regardless of where he was on this particular bill. This is not about villainizing them. This is about making sure that we have that community conversation about rethinking and modernizing how we take care of our community and equally take care of our police that are charged with doing that. So I appreciate this dialogue. There being no further remarks, Chief Clerk will open the roll.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod has voted yes. Assemblyman Carrillo?
Yes.
Assemblyman Carrillo has voted yes. Assemblyman Edwards?
No.
Assemblyman Edwards has voted no. Assemblyman Fumo? Assemblyman Fumo? We'll go back to him in a minute. Assemblywoman Spiegel?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel has voted yes. Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank has voted yes. Assemblyman Fumo.
Yes.
Assemblyman Fumo has voted yes.
Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? There are 38 ayes, 4 nays. The bill having received the constitutional majority, I declare passed and ordered immediately transmitted to the Senate. Assemblywoman B. Dennis Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the Assembly stand in recess.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in recess. So the body knows we are not recessing just because, but working out logistics to continue to move forward. So please stay nearby, and I will connect with leadership and talk about the rest of the evening.
Dinner will be delivered to your offices around 5:30.